Some stories don't begin with an incident, but with a conversation. Specifically, a dinner. A meal where the unspeakable isn't just a possibility, but the only thing on the menu. This is the world of Herman Koch's acclaimed novel, The Dinner, a gripping psychological thriller inspired by the dark heart of human nature, where the most dangerous secrets are the ones families keep. Originally published in 2009, it would go on to sell millions of copies worldwide, spending a year on the New York Times bestseller list. Koch, a celebrated Dutch author and actor known for his other works like Summer House, with Swimming Pool, and Dear Mr. M., crafted a story so compelling it was adapted into a major English-language film in 2017, starring Richard Gere and Laura Linney. This is not a word-for-word reading. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you'll discover, it's a story about two couples, one horrific act, and the fine line between protecting your child and destroying everything you claim to believe in. We'll explore the facts, the trivia, and the behind-the-scenes details of this unsettling masterpiece. So, take your seat at the table and try to get comfortable. The story begins. The evening had been set in motion by his brother's hand, a reservation secured, not through the ordinary channels of advanced planning, but by the sheer gravitational pull of Serge Lohmann's name. As he walked with his wife, his arm resting around her waist, her hand tucked into his coat, the man felt the familiar dread of the evening ahead settle into his bones. The cafe they passed, its sign glowing with warm red and white light, was the very place he'd refused to meet Serge. He couldn't bear the thought of watching his brother stride in, all practiced humility, silently commanding every ordinary patron to pretend he wasn't there. He found himself reflecting on the word wife, a term he rarely used for Claire, whose full name was Marie Claire, though she'd long since shed the latter part. He thought of the rare, perfect moments before such obligations, when everything still felt undecided, when the dinner was merely a misunderstanding yet to occur. He recalled Tolstoy's line about happy families and amended it privately. Unhappy ones could never stand to be alone. They craved witnesses. They needed the noise to drown out the silence. Inside the cafe, standing crowded near the restroom door, he and Claire shared a knowing smile over their beers. It was the peak of the evening, and they both recognized it. From here, everything would slope downward. He felt the familiar resistance to the meal ahead, the oppressive weight of a fixed appointment. Even the morning's ritual of shaving felt like a losing move, a signal that the occasion mattered, an admission of defeat before it had even begun. He thought of Claire's intelligence, a subtle, steady force he'd only come to fully appreciate over nearly 2 decades. He saw the way she still deferred to him on trivial matters, earrings, her hair, and he knew it was not insecurity, but a kind of grace. He tried, briefly, to imagine Babette seeking Serge's opinion on her appearance, and found the picture collapsed under its own absurdity. Serge would barely glance, would dismiss her concerns with a wave, because her beauty was so effortless it rendered the question meaningless. The cafe was unremarkable, filled with ordinary people, a mix of ages and types, none of them fashionable. It was, he thought, how a cafe should be. The place was crowded enough that he and Claire stood pressed together, the smell of her hair and the weight of her hand on his wrist the only anchors he had. She leaned in and confided that their son, Michel, had seemed different lately, distant, somehow changed. He gave a non-committal reply, careful not to meet her eye, knowing that if she looked too closely, she might see what he was trying to hide. A brief, terrible thought crossed his mind. If only it were a girl. A girl would be normal. A girl would be a problem he could understand. But as the men's room door swung open and they were forced to step aside, he realized with a sinking certainty that the truth was far worse than anything so ordinary. He had to keep his eyes from meeting hers, knowing that even a flicker would betray him. So he feigned fascination with the cafe's ordinary scene, the chatter of strangers, anything to avoid the searchlight of her gaze. Relief washed through him that he'd insisted on meeting his brother at the restaurant, rather than here. He could already picture Serge's calculated entrance, the practiced grin that told everyone to carry on, to ignore the famous face among them. Claire pressed further, asking if Michel had confided in him, if perhaps it was something to do with a girl. The door to the men's room swung open, forcing them closer, their glasses clinking together. She repeated the question, and he found himself wishing desperately that she was right, that the root of it all was some adolescent romantic tangle, something wonderfully ordinary. He imagined the mundane conversations about sleepovers and curfews, the parade of pretty girls who came through their home, each one polite, each one calling him Mr. Lohman, no matter how many times he invited them to use his first name. He thought of their voices on the phone, always asking for Michel, and he'd try to match the sound to a face. Sometimes he'd walk in on them watching TV, and he'd sense something had been interrupted. Rushed adjustments of clothes and hair, a flush on Michel's cheeks. But he admitted to himself, he truly didn't know. Perhaps they saw his son only as a trustworthy friend, someone safe, not the type to make a move. He finally met her eyes and denied that a girl was involved. The oppressive nature of happiness, he reflected, was that it laid everything bare. Avoiding her gaze would only confirm her suspicions, and the truth, or at least the part he knew, was too big to let slip. He offered school as a plausible explanation, exams and fatigue, sophomore year pressure. She studied his face, then reached to straighten his collar, her palm against his chest, 2 fingertips pressing the skin above his unbuttoned shirt. She agreed it might be that, but warned they must be careful, mustn't let Michel stop talking to them entirely. He countered that a teenager deserved his own secrets, that prying would only push him further away. He looked at her then, thinking of her as his wife, openly, and pulled her close. She caught him smiling and asked why. His glass was empty, hers still mostly full, and he was struck by how much he loved her for that restraint. He told her he was thinking about them, about the two of them, but as he looked at her, something clouded his vision, a sudden dampness he couldn't let her see. He buried his face in her hair, breathing in the familiar scent of shampoo and something warmer, something he thought of as the smell of happiness itself. Then the question struck him, cold and sharp. What if he had simply stayed downstairs an hour ago? What if he hadn't climbed the stairs to Michel's room? Would that scent still mean only happiness, and not the scent of something already lost, a memory of what they might cease to be? In the room now, he stood in the doorway. He knew his son wasn't there. He could see him through the window, in the garden, fixing his bike tire. But he pretended otherwise, knocking on the half-open door. Claire was still upstairs, trying to choose between outfits, asking herself which earrings to wear, decisions she'd put to him later. He stepped inside, and instantly his eyes found what he'd come for. He told himself he'd never done anything like this before, and it was almost true. He'd always stood with his back to Michel's computer screen, letting his posture announce that he wasn't spying. He'd resisted the temptation of the cell phone left lying around, the display showing a new message. He'd held it once, knowing he could read it, but had stopped himself, fearing the invisible fracture that would slowly widen into a chasm. He didn't want to be the father who peaked. He wanted the happy family to remain intact. But now, only a few steps from the window where he could see his son below, he reached for the phone on the desk. He leaned forward, aware that Michel might look up at any moment and see his father standing there, framed against the glass. His fingers closed around the sleek black Samsung, sliding it open. The screen lit without resistance, no PIN code, and he caught a blurry image of the Nike swoop, likely from the knit cap Michelle wore perpetually. He navigated through the familiar menu, past files, into videos. What he found there arrived sooner than he'd braced for, and a coldness bloomed through him from the inside out, sharp and unmistakable, like the pain of an ice cream bite gone wrong. He forced himself to look again, then kept looking, but there was more, and he couldn't yet gauge the full scope of it. Then his son's voice called from below. He snapped the phone shut, placed it back on the desk. Michelle was already climbing the stairs. There was no time to retreat to another room, to feign some other purpose. All he could do was step out as though he'd been searching for something, as though he'd been looking for Michelle himself. His son met him at the top of the stairs, dressed in his usual gear, the Nike cap, the iPod hanging at his chest, headphones around his neck. The boy had swapped the standard earbuds for better ones, a sign of his practical nature, his disinterest in fashion for its own sake. The thought of happy families being all alike surfaced for the first time that evening. He stammered out an explanation about wondering where Michelle was. His son reminded him that he'd been patching a tire, then asked about valves, a question he couldn't answer, though Michelle, against all evidence, still believed his father might know such things. Then the question came, direct and unsettling. What had he been doing up here? He looked into those clear, honest eyes he'd always counted as part of their happiness, and offered nothing but a vague reply. He was just looking for him. The restaurant itself was tucked behind a row of trees, concealed from the street. He and Claire arrived half an hour late, crossing the gravel path lit by electric torches, and debated whether for once they might beat his brother to the table. She was certain they wouldn't. At the entrance, a girl in black took their coats, while another at the lectern pretended not to recognize the name Lohman, though she failed at the pretense, her disappointment obvious that it wasn't Serge himself. He watched her black hair, tightly tied back, and thought of hygiene regulations, of the restaurant's pride in organic products, its emphasis on animals that had lived well. Through the room he glimpsed the open kitchen, where flames licked at something being flambéed, and the old dread of the evening settled into his body like a sickness, nausea, clamminess, the edge of a headache. He wondered what would happen if he simply collapsed here and now, whether the staff would drag him into the cloakroom, prop him on a stool, out of sight. It would be a relief, he thought, a way out. The fantasy played out in his mind. The staff would politely offer to call him a cab, and he'd be whisked away, leaving Serge to sit alone at the table. He imagined the relief of it, the escape. They could go back to the cafe for ordinary food, ribs and fries, a fraction of the cost. Or better yet, go home, pick up a DVD and some cheese, and let Claire choose whatever costume drama she wanted. He promised himself he'd be self-effacing, let her pick the film. But instead, when the moment came, he spoke. "Serge Lohman," he said, "the table by the garden." The girl at the lectern looked up, questioning his identity. He cursed the situation, the restaurant, the Pinafore staff, and most of all, Serge, for his lateness, for the habit of keeping people waiting, for the chauffeured car, and the self-importance. He looked her in the eye, claimed the name anyway, and then, with a note of bitter victory, admitted he was Serge's brother. They were seated at the table by the garden. A man in a pale green pinstripe suit and a blue pocket square appeared, his voice too quiet against the restaurant's odd acoustics. He pointed with an extended pinky at a plate of olives that seemed to have materialized from nowhere and described them in elaborate detail. Peloponnese olives, Sardinian olive oil, rosemary from some place he failed to name. His tone and the theatrical finger irritated him. He found himself wondering about the suit, the gesture, the other fingers folded out of sight. Perhaps they hid something shameful. He challenged the phrase, polished off, not because he cared about the rosemary's origin, but because the whole performance struck him as absurd, and he had no intention of letting it pass unchallenged. He cut the manager off sharply, his voice louder than intended, drawing a glance from a nearby table. A bearded man with a woman too young for him, who he assumed was a second wife or some trophy. He repeated the phrase more quietly, clarifying that he knew it didn't mean consumption, but the manager, unexpectedly, laughed. A genuine laugh, not a rehearsed one, and admitted he'd never thought of it that way. Once the man had gone, he turned to Claire, fixating on the absurdity of the pinstripe suit. She brushed his cheek, trying to soothe him, but he pressed on, questioning the purpose of the outfit, then the tea light on the table. She took an olive, tasting it, and remarked wryly that the rosemary had clearly had too little sunlight, a joke that made him smile. He asked if she'd noticed the pinky pointing, then opened the menu. He intended to study the price-to-dish chasm, a fascination with the absurd gap between cost and substance, but his eye snagged on something on the left-hand page. He peered around, trying to spot the manager, and when Claire asked what was wrong, he pointed out the menu's entry. Aperitif of the house, €10. He argued that the manager's phrasing, "We'd like to offer you," implied it was complimentary, a trick to trap the unwary. Claire agreed, seeing the distinction from house wine or steak à la maison. He felt vindicated. He waved to attract the manager's attention, but only a pinafored girl responded. Just as he began to explain the issue, raising the menu for her to see and glancing at Claire for solidarity, he caught his wife's gaze fixed past him. The Lomans had arrived. He had always preferred the seat with a view of the room, not the wall, not the garden. Claire, with her quiet depth, usually let him have it, content with whatever faced her. But tonight he'd insisted she take the spot overlooking the garden, claiming he wanted to see only her. In truth, there was another reason. He could avoid watching his brother's entrance, the inevitable fuss and grovelling. When the moment came, though, he turned anyway. Everyone noticed the Lomans' arrival. A subdued commotion gathered at the lectern. 3 black pinafored girls, the manager, and a small man in a white turtleneck, presumably the owner, who emerged from the open kitchen to welcome Serge personally. The other diners pretended not to see, leaning closer to their plates, raising their voices in forced conversation. As Serge and Babette were escorted through the room, a ripple passed through the restaurant, barely perceptible, like wind over water. Serge was smiling, rubbing his hands together, while Babette lagged behind on heels that seemed too high. He greeted Claire with a theatrical embrace, and he had no choice but to stand. When he took Babette's elbow, she kissed him, not on the air, but against his cheeks, and almost his lips, closer than usual. Her glasses had new dark lenses, and he sensed something different about her, a subtle absence, like a room emptied of flowers, noticeable only in the stems left behind. She had a formidable presence, her proportions broad and harmonious, intimidating to some men. But now, in the small details, something seemed off. The memory surfaced unbidden as he stood there. A high school friend, impossibly tall, a head and shoulders above everyone else. Being near him had been exhausting in a way that went beyond the simple crick in his neck from always looking up. It was the shadow that did it. The feeling that the other man's height literally blocked out sunlight he deserved. On summer trips together, every movement of that lanky frame felt like a territorial encroachment, a constant, draining struggle for space. He'd felt a strange guilt about it too, as if the insufficient size of their tent was somehow his fault, especially when he'd wake to find his friend's oversized feet poking out through the entrance flaps, denied the full measure of shelter. With Babette, it was the same instinct reversed. Whenever she was near, he found himself stretching, expanding his posture to seem taller, broader. He wanted to meet her gaze on level ground, as equals. She squeezed his arms then, offering a compliment on his appearance. He knew her well enough by now to pass the layers. With most people, especially women, such praise was hollow, but with Babette it carried real weight. She said nothing when someone she liked looked terrible, and she meant it when she said they looked good. Yet the phrase could also be a subtle request, a prompt for him to notice her, to return the attention. He studied her eyes through those lenses that reflected the entire restaurant back at him. The other diners, the gleaming white cloths, the dozens of tiny teapot warmers, reflected like pinpricks of light. Up close, he saw the glasses were only dark at the top, while the lower half was just lightly tinted enough to let him see her clearly. The red rims were unmistakable, the eyes themselves swollen and larger than usual, recent tears. Not from an hour ago, but fresh. From the car ride over, or perhaps from a quick stop in the parking lot where she'd tried to patch herself up. She'd fooled the staff, the manager, even the owner in his white turtleneck, but she had never intended to fool him. Her body language, the closeness, the near kiss, those damp, pleading eyes, told him everything. The shrug and blink that followed were an apology he could read without a word. Before he could react, Serge was there, shoving his wife aside to pump his brother's hand in that rehearsed, crushing grip. He'd adopted it in recent years, the politician's handshake, knowing the voters would never respect a limp, fishy palm. The smile that accompanied it was equally practiced, a shield that had to hold no matter what, even against imaginary rotten eggs and cream pies. It was the mask that, in 7 months, was supposed to carry him to victory. "Paul," he said, the name flat and obligatory. "Hi, Serge," came the reply, an equally hollow greeting. Behind them, Claire had drawn Babette into her orbit. They kissed cheeks and embraced, but he watched his wife's eyes scan her sister-in-law's face and wondered if Claire saw what he saw. Did she recognize the same raw despair? Then Babette laughed, a bright, brittle sound, and he lost the chance to gauge Claire's reaction as they all settled into their seats. Serge took the spot diagonally across from him, beside Claire, while Babette sank into the chair next to his own. The manager appeared, announcing the house aperitif with a practiced flourish. Paul took a breath so deep it seemed to summon warning from across the table. Claire's look was subtle, a flicker invisible to any eye but his, a blend of mockery and seriousness that needed no words. "Behave yourself," Babette murmured her approval of the champagne. Serge gave a perfunctory assent, and Paul, ignoring the silent plea from his wife, found himself opening his mouth to speak. "Wait a minute," he said. The manager had arrived at Serge's plate, his pinky extended like a ceremonial pointer as he described the crayfish in their tarragon vinaigrette and the chanterelles from the Vosges, 2 brown caps, sliced lengthwise, still bearing what could only be dirt from a recent uprooting. Paul studied the hand, now hovering over his brother's food, recalling how well-groomed it had appeared during the earlier wine-opening ritual. Neat cuticles, no hangnails, trimmed nails, no jewelry, freshly washed, nothing to hide. Yet for a stranger's hand, it came far too close to the food, less than an inch above the shellfish, the pinky nearly grazing the mushrooms. He told himself he would remain composed, holding himself in check like a man holding his breath underwater, even when that hand inevitably drifted over his own plate. He would act as though this hovering appendage was perfectly ordinary. But the slow pace of the proceedings was already grating on him. The manager had fumbled, even with the wine presentation, faffing about with the cooler, one of those child seat buckets you hook over the table's edge, and presenting the label exclusively to Serge, who'd at least asked permission to choose the vintage. Still, the whole performance of connoisseurship irritated him immensely. He couldn't pinpoint when Serge had first adopted this persona. It had seemed to materialize overnight, the brother who suddenly mumbled about earthy aftertastes and Portuguese alenteos, seizing the wine list as his territory from that day forward. The uncorking itself had revealed the manager's true ineptitude, his clumsy attempts masked by shrugging laughter and a puzzled expression meant to suggest this was a freak occurrence, though the very act of pretending gave him away. When the cork splintered, the top half emerging with the corkscrew, the manager faced a public dilemma. Paul mentally catalogued the options: attempt to extract the remainder at the table under their scrutiny, or retreat to the kitchen for reinforcements. The obvious expedient, pushing the cork fragment into the bottle with a fork handle, was somehow unthinkable. Who cared about a few cork crumbs? The Chablis cost €58, a price that signified nothing except that you could find the same bottle on a supermarket shelf tomorrow for a fraction of that. The manager excused himself to fetch a replacement and strode away. Paul offered a dry comparison to hospitals. Better to let a nurse draw your blood than the specialist himself. Claire and Babette laughed, Babette adding that she almost pitied the flustered man. But Serge sat brooding, his face registering a loss almost sorrowful, as though his favourite toy had been snatched away, his precious blather about vintages and earthy grapes rendered pointless. The manager's incompetence reflected on him by extension. Serge had chosen this Chablis, the one with the faulty cork. He'd been anticipating the ritual, the label presented, his approving nod, the ritual thimbleful poured into his glass for the requisite sniffing, gargling, lip-smacking, wine-rolling performance that Paul could no longer bear to witness. He always had to look away. Serge muttered a hope that the other bottles wouldn't share the same floor, praising the Chablis as excellent. He was clearly shaken. This was his restaurant, his territory. The owner in the white turtleneck had come out to greet him personally. Paul imagined the reverse scenario. If he himself had chosen some obscure place his brother had never visited, and the manager there had failed to open the wine cleanly. He could picture Serge's pitying smile, the unmistakable look that said Paul always took them to the strangest places. Paul's thoughts drifted to politicians and their carefully curated hobbies. The dour figure who suddenly emerges as a gourmet cook in the weekend supplement, a Toulouse-Lautrec apron wrapped around his waist, clutching a Provençal meatloaf with a smile that wasn't really a smile at all, but a frightened baring of teeth. The expression of someone who'd just survived a car crash and was simply relieved. The meatloaf hadn't burned. What had driven Serge to choose wine as his signature pursuit? Paul filed the question away for later. The night was still young. He remembered their childhood, the colossal bottles of cola Serge would drain at dinner, producing belches like subterranean thunder that sometimes earned him a ban from the table. Those eruptions had brought him schoolyard fame among the boys, though he understood even then that girls found them repulsive. Later came the transformation of a messy closet into a wine cellar, racks of bottles meant to age, lectures delivered to dinner guests about the wine being served. Babette observed this evolution with bemused detachment, perhaps the first to see through the pretense. Paul recalled phoning Serge once and reaching Babette instead. Her husband was tasting wine in the Loire Valley, she reported, in that particular tone a woman uses when she knows her husband's affair with his secretary has been going on for a year. The comparison with Claire surfaced unbidden. She was smarter than him, but never condescending, never sighing or rolling her eyes at his slower comprehension. He had absolute faith she would never speak about him with that same tone. Babette, in other words, was also far more intelligent than Serge, which, Paul reflected, wasn't saying much. Some things spoke for themselves. The manager had reached Claire's plate, his pinky pointing at 2 minuscule pieces of lamb's neck sweetbread marinated in Sardinian olive oil, served with arugula and sun-dried tomatoes from Bulgaria. The most striking feature of Claire's plate was its vast emptiness. Paul understood the principle of quality over quantity in fine dining. But this void had been elevated to a matter of principle, an empty expanse that seemed to laugh in his face, daring him to demand an explanation. He tried to recall the prices. Appetizers started at €19, entrees ranged from 28 to 47, and there were 3 set menus at 47, 58, and €79 each. The hand with the pinky now hovered above his own plate, describing warm goat's cheese with pine nuts and walnut shavings. He suppressed the urge to point out that he knew what he'd ordered, focusing instead on the pinky itself, now closer to him than it had been all evening. Even closer than when the manager had returned from the kitchen with a replacement bottle, the cork already protruding from its neck. The memory of Serge's 6-week wine course at night school surfaced, the diploma prominently displayed in the hallway. One of the first lessons had surely covered how a bottle with a cork sticking out could contain something different from what the label promised: tampered with, diluted, contaminated. But after the house aperitif debacle and the broken cork, Serge apparently had no appetite for further mishaps. He'd wiped his lips and pronounced the pre-uncorked wine excellent without even looking at the manager. Paul glanced at Babette, whose eyes behind the tinted lenses were fixed on her husband. He could almost swear he saw an eyebrow raise at Serge's judgment. The tears from the car ride had receded, her eyes less swollen now. He hoped she would say something cutting. She was certainly capable of it, having once dismissed Serge's Loire Valley wine-tasting trip with the same tone a woman uses when she knows her husband is having an affair. He mentally egged her on, anticipating a full-blown confrontation before the main course arrived. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way, and a fight between Serge and Babette would be something to witness. He'd play the peacemaker while quietly taking her side. But Babette swallowed whatever comment she'd been forming, and Paul felt a flicker of disappointment, though the promise of an explosion later still lingered. He'd learned the law of drama. A pistol waved in the first act must be fired before the final curtain. The manager continued his recitation, pointing at the lamb's lettuce, the pinky a centimetre from the 3 or 4 curly leaves, and the melted cheese. Paul stared at the hand, so close he could have leaned forward and kissed it. Why had he ordered this appetizer when he didn't even like goat's cheese or lamb's lettuce? The stingy portions worked in his favour this time, his plate mostly empty, though not as empty as Claire's. The sight of lamb's lettuce triggered a memory. The classroom hamster or guinea pig in its cage on the windowsill fed leaves that might or might not have been lamb's lettuce. The animal would nibble and then sit in its corner until one morning it was found dead, just like the turtle, the white mice, and the stick insects before it. The lesson of that mortality rate had never been explained. The real reason for his order was simpler. He'd been the last to choose, having settled on vitello tonnato until Babette ordered the same dish, forcing a switch. His second choice had been oysters, but Serge ordered those next, leaving him trapped. Ordering the same appetizer as his brother was unthinkable, and reverting to vitello tonnato would look like he was trying to align with Serge's wife, which was true, but he couldn't be so obvious. He'd reopened the menu, skimming with feigned thoughtfulness, as if seeking the dish he'd already chosen, but it was too late. "And for you, sir?" the manager asked. "The melted goat's cheese with lamb's lettuce," Paul replied, the words coming out too quickly, too certain to sound convincing. Serge and Babette noticed nothing, but across the table he caught Claire's bewildered look. Would she expose him? He imagined her saying, "But you don't like goat's cheese," and prepared to deflect. "I hear the goat cheese is from an urban farm," he offered, "from goats that live out in the open." The manager finally moved on to Babette's vitello tonnato, the vitello tonnato that might have been his in a better world, and then departed, leaving them to resume their conversation. But resume wasn't quite the right word, because none of them could remember what they'd been discussing before the appetizers arrived. It was the curse of these top restaurants, the constant interruptions, the overly detailed explanations of every pine nut, the endless wine rituals, the unsolicited topping up of glasses that made you lose all track. Paul reflected on the Dutch habit of topping up wine without being asked, a practice he'd never encountered anywhere else. The tactic, as a friend who'd worked in these establishments had explained, was to force as much expensive wine down customers' throats as possible, selling it at 7 times the cost, and to stretch the time between appetizers and entrees so people ordered more out of boredom. The appetizers arrived quickly to prevent complaints, but the entrees could sit ready in the kitchen for ages until the customers started looking around impatiently, only then to be microwaved and served. He tried to reconstruct their earlier conversation, but it was gone. He remembered the post-cork fuss and the ordering, but the preceding topic had evaporated entirely. Probably nothing important, but its absence was maddening nonetheless. The conversation had opened with safe, predictable topics. Babette's new gym, the endless discussion of weight loss, and the relative merits of different sports. Claire's consideration of a health club. Serge had dismissed gyms for their obtrusive music, announcing that he'd taken up running to be alone in the fresh air, presenting it as though the idea had sprung fully formed from his own head, conveniently ignoring that Paul had been running for years and had endured countless snide remarks about his little brother out trotting around. They'd lingered on these subjects longer than Paul would have liked, the standard prelude to a restaurant evening, but now he found himself unable to recall what had followed. He looked around the table. Serge, Claire, Babette. Just then, Babette speared a slice of vitello tonnato and raised it to her lips, then paused, fork suspended. She'd forgotten something, she said. Had they already seen the new Woody Allen or not? Paul felt a familiar sinking sensation. Films were supposed to be an end-of-evening topic when nothing else remained to be discussed. He despised people who narrated entire movies, launching into 15-minute recitations without regard for whether their listeners had seen the film or not, oblivious to yawns and ceiling staring and squirming. They were addicted to their own cinematic rambling. His brother had initiated it, declaring the new Woody Allen a masterpiece without asking if Claire and Paul had seen it. Babette had nodded emphatically, agreeing. They'd watched it together last weekend, finding common ground for once. A masterpiece, she'd repeated, urging them to go. Claire mentioned they'd already been, and Paul added, unnecessarily, that it had been 2 months ago. A dig aimed at his brother, letting him know he was lagging behind with his so-called masterpieces. The appetizers arrived then, the black pinafore girls and the manager with his pinky, derailing the conversation, until Babette picked it up again, asking about the Woody Allen film. Claire responded that she'd thought it was great, even Paul had liked it, and she turned to him with that familiar maneuver that left him no room to back out. The implication was clear. Even Paul, who usually disliked every film, especially Woody Allen's, had been won over. Serge chewed a mouthful of appetizer and addressed him directly, declaring it a masterpiece, fantastic. Then came the comment about Scarlett Johansson. Wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers. What a beauty. Hearing his older brother call a film he himself had enjoyed a masterpiece felt like being forced to wear hand-me-down clothes, old and ill-fitting. He couldn't admit it was a masterpiece without wriggling into those cast-offs. The only alternative was to tear the film apart, pointing out weaknesses that didn't truly matter to him, but could be deployed in this emergency. Claire would initially raise her eyebrows, then hopefully realize he was betraying their shared appreciation in service of a larger struggle against mindless film chatter. He reached for his Chablis, planning a thoughtful sip before launching his attack, when a better path opened. Serge's comment about Scarlett Johansson, the crass macho talk, might trigger Claire's ire. She always bristled when men started in about sweet assess and nice tits. Paul had been looking at his brother during the remark and missed her reaction, but that didn't matter. Lately, he'd noticed Serge seemed to be losing touch with reality, actually believing the Scarlett Johanssons of the world would want to eat crackers in his bed. He suspected his brother viewed women the way he viewed food, specifically his daily hot meal. It had always been like this. "I need to eat something," Serge would announce in the middle of a national park or on a deserted highway, as if the need itself could conjure sustenance. "But right now we don't have anything to eat," Paul would point out. "But I'm hungry right now," Serge would insist. "I need to eat now." There was something pitiful about this stubborn single-mindedness, how it made him forget everything else, surroundings, companions, and focus solely on his own hunger. He reminded Paul of an animal that doesn't understand solid glass and flies against a window pane again and again. When they finally found somewhere to eat, it was never a pretty sight. Serge ate the way you fill a gas tank, quickly, efficiently, devouring his cheese sandwich or almond cake to get fuel into his stomach as fast as possible. Without fuel, you couldn't go on. The fine dining came later, like his wine knowledge, adopted at a certain point because it seemed necessary. But the speed and efficiency remained. Even now, he was always the first to empty his plate. Paul would have paid a fortune to witness just once what happened between Serge and Babette in the bedroom, though another part of him would have paid an equal fortune never to find out. He imagined his brother announcing, "I need to fuck," and Babette pleading a headache, her period, or simply not wanting to think about his body, his smell. "But I need to fuck right now." He was certain Serge approached sex the way he approached food, stuffing himself into a woman the way he stuffed a beef croquette into his mouth, hunger satisfied, and then gone. "So you were mostly sitting there looking at Scarlett Johansson's tits," Paul said, more crudely than intended. "Or do you mean something else when you say a masterpiece?" A miraculous silence fell, the kind you only hear in restaurants, background noises suddenly becoming foreground, the clatter of cutlery from 30 other tables, the buzz of conversation momentarily suspended. Babette's laughter broke it first. Paul glanced at Claire, who was staring at him in dismay, then at Serge, who was trying to laugh but couldn't quite manage it, still chewing his food. "Come on, Paul, don't be so holier than thou," Serge said. "She's a babe. A man has eyes." Claire wouldn't like that either. She always said, "good-looking man," never "tasty" or "nice ass." She'd once remarked that fashionable talk about nice asses was too contrived, like women suddenly smoking pipes or spitting on the ground. Serge had remained a yokel, a boorish lout, the same one who'd been sent from the table as a child for farting. Paul acknowledged that Scarlett Johansson was very attractive, but suggested Serge seemed to think that was the most significant thing about the film. Serge countered with the plot. The English tennis teacher couldn't get her off his mind and ended up shooting her to get what he wanted. Babette scolded him for spoiling the film, then realized they'd already seen it, which they had. They all laughed, a moment of release, but too much release wasn't wise. The simple truth was that Serge himself had a nice ass. Women said it often enough. He knew they found him attractive. He was photogenic, possessed a certain loutish appeal, a bit too in-your-face and rough-hewn for Paul's taste, but some women preferred that kind of authentic, raw material. Serge's girlfriends had typically given up after a few months, tiring of his pretty face. Babette had stuck with him for 18 years, which was something of a miracle. They squabbled constantly, clearly unsuited for each other, but some couples ran on friction. Every fight was foreplay for reconciliation. Still, Paul sometimes thought it was simpler than that. Babette had signed up for life beside a successful politician, and it would have been a waste to stop now, like a bad book you reluctantly finish, hoping the ending might redeem it. They had 2 biological children, Rick, Michelle's age, and Valerie, a slightly autistic 13-year-old with translucent, mermaid-like beauty. And then there was Beau, probably between 14 and 17, adopted from Burkina Faso through a development project, the kind where you support schoolchildren from a distance with letters and photos, then eventually in real life. The child lives with the Dutch family temporarily, and if it goes well, stays permanently. It was like a rent-to-own agreement, or a cat from the shelter you could return if it scratched the furniture. Paul remembered the photos Beau had sent from Burkina Faso, a pitch-black boy in a striped pajama top, reaching past his knees, bare feet in rubber sandals, standing before a red brick building with a corrugated iron roof. Beneath it, in graceful schoolboy handwriting, "Merci beaucoup mes parents pour notre école." Babette had shown it to them, saying, "Wasn't he darling?" They'd travelled to Burkina Faso and lost their hearts. A second trip followed, forms were filled, and Beau arrived at Schiphol Airport. Claire had asked if they knew what they were getting into, back in the postcard stage. They'd reacted indignantly. They were helping someone, a child who would never have the same opportunities in his own country. They knew very well what they were doing. There were already too many selfish people in the world. You couldn't accuse them of outright egotism. Rick was 3 then, Valerie only months old. They weren't like most adoptive parents, who couldn't have their own children. They were selflessly taking a third child into their home, not flesh and blood, but a needy one offered a new life in Holland. So what were they getting into exactly? Serge and Babette made it clear this question wasn't to be posed, so the other questions went unasked too. Did Beau still have parents? Was he an orphan? Babette was more fanatical about the adoption than Serge. It was her project from the start, something she would carry through no matter what. She gave her adopted child as much love as her biological children. Eventually, the word adoption itself became taboo. "Beau is our son," she said. "There is no difference." Serge would nod in agreement. "We love him just as much as Rick and Valerie." There was a possibility Serge knew even then how it would work to his advantage, that black child from Burkina Faso whom he loved as his own. It was a different kind of asset from his wine knowledge, but with the same effect. It gave him a face, Serge Lohman, the politician with the adopted African son. He began posing more frequently for family photos. It looked good, Serge and Babette on the couch with 3 children at their feet. Beau Lohman became living proof that here was a politician who hadn't acted purely out of self-interest, at least once in his life. His other 2 children had been conceived in standard fashion, so this adoption wasn't desperation. That was the message. On other issues too, perhaps, Serge Lohman would not act purely out of self-interest. A waitress appeared to top up Serge's glass, then Paul's. The girl was strikingly pretty, with golden blonde hair pulled back in the regulation severe ponytail, though her colouring made it seem softer than the others. She was clearly new, fumbling with the bottle, first drying it meticulously with the white napkin draped over the neck and bucket edge before attempting to pour. Her positioning was awkward. She stood at an angle beside Serge's chair and accidentally elbowed Claire in the head. The girl blushed deeply, stammering an apology. Claire waved it off, but the waitress was so flustered that she filled Serge's glass all the way to the brim. Fine for most, but for a wine connoisseur, a disaster. Serge leaned back theatrically, asking if she was trying to get him drunk, as though she'd spilled half the bottle over his trousers, rather than merely overfilled his glass. The girl blushed even deeper, blinking rapidly, and Paul thought she might burst into tears. He found himself imagining her later that night, after her shift ended, pulling the elastic from her ponytail and shaking her hair loose as she recounted her terrible day to a friend or boyfriend. She'd describe hating the stiff wine etiquette and how she'd completely lost it, and then the reveal: Serge Lohman was at the table. The friend would react with shock, and the girl would describe her mortifying elbow incident, concluding that he'd been really nice, but she could have died of embarrassment. And indeed, Serge had been really nice, after he'd slid his chair back and actually seen her for the first time. In an instant, too fast for anyone else to register, his expression shifted from feigned annoyance at her bumbling to full, empathetic charm. He melted completely. The resemblance to Scarlett Johansson couldn't have escaped him. He saw a sweet thing, blushing and stammering, and utterly at his mercy, and he gave her his most dazzling smile. He told her it was fine, lifting his glass and sloshing wine onto his half-empty plate of oysters. She apologized again, and he dismissed it, asking her age. Was she old enough to vote? Paul couldn't believe what he was hearing. Serge turned and gave him a broad, conspiratorial wink. The waitress answered that she was 19. Serge offered a deal. If she voted for the right party come election time, they'd overlook her wine-pouring skills. The girl turned an even deeper shade of red, and Paul thought again she might cry. He looked at Babette, but she showed no disapproval. If anything, she seemed amused by her husband's performance, the nationally famous politician openly flirting with teenage waitresses and making them blush. Maybe she found it cute, or it confirmed his irresistible charm, or she simply liked being married to a man like Serge. He'd made her cry in the car on the way here, but what did that amount to after 18 years? 6 or 7 months before the elections, she wasn't going to leave him now. Paul tried to catch Claire's eye, but she seemed absorbed by Serge's overflowing glass and the waitress's stammering. She rubbed the back of her head where the elbow had connected, perhaps harder than it appeared, and asked if Serge and Babette were going to France again that summer, or if they had no plans yet. Every year, Serge and Babette retreated to their Dordogne house with the children, part of that Dutch class that embraced everything French as superior, from croissants and camembert to Pageauts and chansons. They remained oblivious to how the local population actually recoiled at the sight of Dutch people. Anti-Dutch graffiti decorated many holiday homes, but Serge dismissed it as the work of a tiny minority. After all, everyone was pleasant when you shopped or dined. When asked about their summer plans, he hedged, saying it was still undecided. Paul and Claire had visited a year earlier, on their way to Spain, the first and last time, Claire declared after 3 days. The house occupied a lovely hilltop spot, tucked among trees with a view of the Dordogne River glinting through branches in the valley below. The air was thick and muggy throughout their stay, giant beetles and blowflies buzzing against the windows hard enough to rattle the glass. Serge introduced Paul to everyone as mon petit frère. The mason who'd built the open kitchen, the madam who ran the bakery, the owner of a local restaurant where the locals ate. He seemed at ease among the French, treating them like regular people, his specialty in Holland. What escaped him was that these regular people were making substantial money off the wealthy Dutchman, which explained their courtesy. He called them kind and normal, wondering where you'd find that in Holland anymore. He failed to notice the mason hocking tobacco onto the patio after quoting roofing tile prices, or the bakery customers exchanging knowing nods during Serge's introductions, or the restaurant owner's conspiratorial offer of escargots at a special price, while French customers received the inexpensive carte du jour at less than half the cost. They stayed 3 days. They toured a chateau with hundreds of other Dutch tourists, filing through sweltering rooms with old poster beds. The rest of the time passed in the airless garden. Claire tried to read. Paul couldn't even open a book in the heat, but doing nothing was difficult. Serge kept busy with tasks he could have hired locals for, insisting that working on your own house earned respect. He wheeled roofing tiles back and forth endlessly, never considering he might be cheating the mason out of paid hours. He sawed wood for the fireplace, looking like a publicity shot for his campaign. Serge Lohman, the people's candidate, ordinary except for the expensive holiday home he never allowed camera crews near. When not hauling tiles or sawing, he picked berries for Babette's jam-making marathons. Claire felt obliged to help, just as Paul felt obligated to assist with the roofing. After the 7th barrowful, he offered a hand. Serge accepted readily. That night, with berry-stained fingers and streaked cheeks, Claire asked when they could leave. "Tomorrow," Paul said, then corrected himself to the day after. On their final evening, Serge and Babette hosted a garden dinner for Dutch friends and acquaintances, all with nearby summer homes. 17 people milled about with plates and glasses. An aging actress with no work and no husband. A skinny choreographer drinking only Vittel water he'd brought himself. A bickering married couple of homosexual writers. Babette laid out a buffet while Serge manned the barbecue in a red and white check apron, grilling burgers and kebabs. He'd lectured Paul earlier about building a good fire being the secret to barbecue, the rest being simple. He drank more than usual, a wicker bottle beside him in the grass, perhaps nervous about the evening. He made a toast to the life they had, imagining countrymen back in Holland with their potatoes and gravy. All the Dutch guests told the same story, often in identical words, about being happier in France. One woman, a former diet industry worker, declared she was as happy as God in France, with complete seriousness. Paul looked around at the figures cradling wine glasses in the glow of braziers and torches, hearing in his mind an old TV commercial. "You too can be happy as God in France," and catching a whiff of Boursin, that fake French cheese. The combination of lighting and odor made the whole scene feel like an outdated commercial, everyone playing at being in France while the French themselves were conspicuously absent. When Paul mentioned the anti-Dutch graffiti, they all shrugged it off. The actress blamed juvenile delinquents. A copywriter who'd sold his ad agency assured him the slogans were aimed at Dutch campers who brought all their groceries from home. They weren't like that, he insisted. They ate in restaurants, drank Pernod in cafes, read French newspapers. Without people like Serge, there would be local masons and plumbers out of work. Serge raised his glass to include the local winemakers, and everyone cheered. From the shadows beside the hedge, Paul caught a glimpse of the skinny choreographer making out with the younger of the two writers, a hand slipping inside a shirt. He looked away, but his thoughts turned darker. What if the graffiti scrawlers escalated beyond slogans? It probably wouldn't take much to frighten this crowd of cowards. The Dutch had a tendency to panic at the mere threat of real violence. You could start with rocks through windows, then burn a few holiday homes, not too many, just enough to send a message. The real goal was to return those houses to the young French couples who'd been priced out by the Dutch influx, forced to live with parents while foreigners paid astronomical sums for ruins, rebuilt them with cheap local labor, then left them empty most of the year. Seen in that cold light, it was a miracle the locals had contented themselves with graffiti. His gaze swept across the lawn. Someone had put on Edith Piaf. Babette, in her flowing black dress, swayed tipsily to "Non, je ne regrette rien." If broken windows and arson weren't enough, he mused, you could escalate further. Lure one of these Dutch interlopers away under some pretext, beat him to a pulp in a cornfield, not just a slap, but baseball bats. Or catch one walking alone on a country road, baguettes and wine in hand, and let your car skid, almost by accident. Leave him like roadkill, wash off the evidence. All fair, as long as the message landed, you don't belong here. Fuck off back to your own country. "Paul! Paul!" Babette called from the middle of the lawn, her gown dangerously close to a brazier, arms outstretched. "Milord," boomed from the speakers. She wanted to dance. He looked around and found Claire at the cheese table, talking to the unemployed actress, and Claire saw him. Her expression was desperate, a look that at parties back home meant, "Can we please leave?" But they couldn't. They were stuck until the bitter end. Tomorrow, they'd be allowed to escape. He gestured to Babette. Later, he'd dance with her and walk toward Claire. His mind churned with scenes from Straw Dogs and Deliverance, films that surfaced whenever he was in rural places, especially here, in his brother's little French paradise. The actress, with her artificially sweet voice, remarked that Claire had told her they were leaving tomorrow, going to Spain, of all places. Paul imagined that voice if she were dragged into a barn by drunken French bricklayers, too drunk to distinguish a woman from a ruin. Would she still be so smug as they peeled away her layers? Then commotion erupted at the garden's edge, along the path to the road. About 5 men had appeared, Frenchmen, unmistakable despite their rural clothes, one with a shotgun slung over his shoulder. Michel stood between 2 of them, head bowed, his shoulder-length black hair hanging lankly. One man gripped his upper arm. Rick was held more loosely, a hand resting on his shoulder. But it was Beau, Serge's adopted son from Burkina Faso, who struggled violently. 2 men twisted his arms behind his back and forced him face down into the grass. Serge hurried over with giant, unsteady steps, drunk on the local wine, calling out to the men, demanding to know what was happening. He returned to the table to find the main course still absent, though a fresh bottle of wine had already materialized. The restroom itself had been over-designed to the point of parody, water cascading everywhere, down stainless steel troughs, and over granite-framed mirrors, a performance of luxury that seemed to belong to the same vague, self-congratulatory aesthetic as the waitress's uniforms and the manager's pinstriped suit. It was the kind of design that announced its own importance without meaning anything. He hadn't actually needed to go. He'd needed to escape the table, the endless chatter about films and holidays. But once at the urinal, the gurgle of water and distant piano music triggered something physical, and suddenly he truly had to go. Then the door opened. Another man entered. He could usually manage with company, but it slowed him, that extra beat of hesitation before the stream started. He regretted not taking a stall. The newcomer cleared his throat, hummed a tune he vaguely recognized, Roberta Flack, he realized, Killing Me Softly, and settled at the urinal a few feet away. Seconds later, a loud, confident stream clattered against the wall. It was the kind of self-satisfied jet that seemed to boast of robust health and schoolyard prowess, the boy who could pee the farthest across the ditch. He glanced over. It was the man with the beard from the neighboring table, the one with the much younger companion. The man looked back, and they exchanged that automatic, distant nod of men at neighboring urinals, an acknowledgement without acknowledgement. From within the beard, a triumphant grin twisted into view. The grin of someone amused by another's slower performance. He caught himself thinking about the whole ridiculous equation, that a powerful stream supposedly signaled dominance and virility, that men with weaker flows were somehow lesser creatures in the mating game. He could see the man's genitals if he lowered his eyes, could picture the shameless organ beneath the trousers. He'd fled the table because the conversation had become unbearable. They'd drifted from holiday talk into racism, and Claire had come to his defense in that quiet way she had, phrasing her support as if she were merely clarifying his point, when really she was telling everyone they were too slow to understand. He felt a surge of warmth for her. After that, Claire had steered them toward Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, the film she called the most racist ever made, for its portrayal of Sidney Poitier's character as a good black man, an adapted one who wore a white man's suit to be accepted. Serge had listened with feigned interest, but his body language gave him away. He had little patience for women he couldn't mentally slot into crude categories. Claire argued that the first unadapted black characters in film, The ones in baseball caps and flashy cars were at least authentic versions of themselves. Then, Serge had leaned forward, transformed into the national politician he was becoming, and asked what was so wrong with adapted black people, whether she preferred they remain in their ghettos killing each other over crack, with no prospect of improvement. He had silently urged Claire on. The word improvement was empty campaign rhetoric, and he knew she could dismantle it. She did, reframing the argument around European fear, whether a white person would cross the street to avoid dark-skinned men based on how they dressed. Serge claimed he never crossed the street, that he believed in approaching everyone as equals. Claire cut him off, reminding him he wasn't debating a stranger in a union hall, but his sister-in-law, his family. That's when he, Paul, had said it out loud. What it was really about was the right to be a prick. A silence followed, broken only by Babette's nervous giggle. Not everyone in the restaurant had turned to stare, but they'd noticed. He pressed on with his point, explaining that the TV program had been about a woman who praised her gay neighbors as sweet boys only because they fed her cats, as if their kindness to animals somehow excused or balanced out what she clearly considered their perversion. The real test, he argued, was to reverse it. If those same men had thrown stones at the cats, they'd be branded as dirty faggots without hesitation. That was the same logic Claire had identified in Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. Sidney Poitier's character was acceptable only because he was a good Negro, a role model meant to pacify white fears. The film was no better than that smug old lady's tolerance. Babette smiled at the conclusion. Serge had raised his eyebrows. Claire looked amused, recognizing where he was heading. At the urinal, he finished up, nothing had come out, and zipped himself shut, moving for the exit. His hand was on the door handle when the bearded man, drying his hands nearby, asked if it wasn't difficult for his friend to go to restaurants with such a recognizable face. He stopped, turned. The man's grin had shifted, less triumphant now, more ingratiating, as if to signal harmless intent. He corrected him curtly. The man at the table was not his friend. The beard backpedaled, explaining that he and his daughter had tried not to stare. The mention of the daughter was a small relief. The man hadn't been out with a young girlfriend after all. He tossed his paper towels into a spring-lidded bin, missing on the first try. Then came the request. Could his daughter, a political science student, have her photo taken with Mr. Lohman later? The man fumbled a sleek camera from his jacket, already apologizing for the intrusion. His daughter had insisted they shouldn't disturb a famous politician during a private meal, but he knew how much it would mean to her. He looked at the man's hidden face and wondered what it would be like to have a father you could never fully see. Then he gave his answer. No problem at all. Mr. Lohman was always happy to engage with supporters. They were in the middle of an important discussion, but the man should keep an eye out for his signal. When he gave the signal, it would be the right moment for the photo. Coming back into the dining room behind the bearded man, he noticed the silence at their table first. That particular hush that signals something significant has happened in one's absence. Or rather, he noticed his wife's hand reaching across the tablecloth, holding Babette's. Serge was staring at his empty plate. Only after sitting down did he realize Babette was crying silently, her shoulders trembling, the arm Claire held shaking with suppressed sobs. He caught Claire's eye. She raised her eyebrows and glanced meaningfully toward his brother. Serge looked up, shrugged with a sheepish expression, and made a remark about how Paul might have been better off staying in the bathroom longer. Babette yanked her hand free, threw her napkin on her plate, and called Serge an unbelievable shithead before pushing back her chair and walking away through the restaurant. Her pace was measured, unhurried. She was clearly hoping someone would follow. Serge started to rise, but Claire stopped him with a hand on his arm, offering to go instead, and hurried after Babette. Left alone, Serge attempted a feeble smile that didn't quite work. He leaned in, voice barely audible, insisting the situation wasn't what it seemed. There was something disconnected about him, his face still recognizable, but somehow floating, like a cartoon character whose chair has been pulled away. He wouldn't have gotten a second glance handing out campaign flyers with that expression. He looked like a brand new car that had already scraped a lamppost. Serge moved to Claire's empty chair. The thought of him sitting where her warmth remained made him furious, and said this made it easier for them to talk. He said nothing, enjoying his brother's floundering too much to offer help. Serge blamed the whole scene on menopause, a word he claimed to hate, and hormones, suggesting Babette needed girl talk with Claire. He grinned. He didn't return it. Then Serge leaned forward, fingertips pressed together, and said there was something else they needed to discuss. He felt that cold, hard thing inside him, present all evening, grow colder and harder. "They're children," Serge said. He nodded. Across the aisle, the bearded man had been glancing their way. He nodded again, then a third time, and the bearded man nodded back, setting down his utensils and leaning to whisper to his daughter, who began rummaging in her handbag as her father pulled out the camera and stood. The manager announced the grapes, tiny fruitlets he'd mistaken for berries, hovering his pinky over them and over the purple lettuce leaf, then moved on to describe the tondeaus Serge had ordered, noting the organic farm where the animal had lived freely until its end. Serge's impatience was palpable, the tongue sweeping across his upper lip, the compulsive hand-rubbing. He'd already waved off the manager's suggestion to wait for their wives, insisting the food be put down immediately. He needed to eat now. He had only asked about the grapes to torment his brother, prolonging the delay. When the manager finally withdrew, Serge cut a large chunk of tondeaus, chewed in 10 seconds flat, swallowed, stared blankly as if waiting for the meat to land in his stomach, then attacked the plate again. He stood up, announced he was going to check on the women, and left Serge alone. He tried the ladies' room first, pushing the door open a crack, calling Claire's name softly. The space was identical to the men's, stainless steel and granite and piano music, with only a vase of white daffodils between the sinks. He called for Babette as well, a mere formality, then walked past the cloakroom and out the front door. Outside, the air was pleasantly warm. A full moon hung between the trees, and the air smelled of herbs, Mediterranean somehow. Through the bushes he could see the lights of cars and a passing tram, and farther beyond, the lit windows of the bar where ordinary people were eating spare ribs. He followed the gravel path with its electric torches, turning left along the restaurant's perimeter, past the footbridge and the rectangular pool. The pool dissolved into darkness ahead, where a head-high hedge stood. He turned again, walking along the water's edge, the restaurant's light reflecting off the dark surface. From there, he could see Serge through the window, 30 feet away, alone at their table, and Serge couldn't see him. Earlier, from his seat, he'd looked out into the darkness and seen nothing. Now, standing outside in the night, he could see almost the entire restaurant reflected in the glass. Serge would have to press his face to the window to spot him, and even then, he'd only be a dark shape across the pool. The park was deserted, no sign of Claire or Babette. Serge had set down his utensils and was wiping his mouth. His plate was certainly empty, the hunger sated. He raised his glass to drink. Just then, the bearded man and his daughter rose from their table and paused beside Serge's on their way out. The beard raised his hand in greeting. The daughter smiled. Serge lifted his glass in acknowledgement. They'd come to thank him again for the earlier photo opportunity. Serge had transformed effortlessly from private diner to public figure, radiating the accessibility of a man who never put himself on a pedestal. He noticed the brief flicker of irritation on Serge's brow when the beard first approached, gone in an instant, replaced by the candidate anyone could vote for. Serge had been jovial, asking the girl's name. She wasn't especially pretty, not the type that sparked his particular interest, but she had an intelligent face, too intelligent perhaps, to genuinely want this photo. "Naomi," she said. Serge invited her to sit beside him, put his arm around her shoulders, leaned close for the camera. The father took 2 shots. The photo moment caused a stir, though neighboring tables pretended otherwise, the way people look away from roadside carnage. Serge had been especially warm with this girl, pulling her closer and tilting his head until it nearly touched hers, a pose he likely wouldn't have struck if she'd been a Scarlett Johansson type. The beard thanked him, said they wouldn't bother him further, that they understood he was here privately. Naomi pushed her chair back and rejoined her father, but they lingered. The beard leaned in, voice dropping confidentially, asking if this happened often. People approaching him for photos. Serge stared back, the wrinkle reappearing. What more did they want? The pleasantries were done, it was time for them to leave. For once, he couldn't blame his brother. He'd seen this before. People who couldn't let go, who wanted more than a photo or autograph, some exclusive moment they could turn into a story for colleagues. They wanted Serge to invite them for a drink, to prove he was truly as normal as he seemed. Serge was trapped in the familiar dilemma. He'd shown his sunny side, let himself be photographed, been human and accessible. Now, the beard lingered, waiting for something more, and Serge couldn't afford a cutting remark that might spread as slander through the electorate. One sarcastic comment could become a snowball, growing more grotesque with each telling, until the story was that he'd thrown the father and daughter out on their ears. Even though Serge had brought this on himself, he felt a flash of sympathy for his brother. He'd always sided with celebrities who fought back against paparazzi. Had Serge decided to punch the bearded man through all that ridiculous facial hair, he would have gladly held the man's arms behind his back so Serge could land a solid blow. Serge was divided about public attention. In his element, on podiums, at campaign events, working a crowd, he genuinely shone. It was astonishing to witness. The oafish boor who ate joylessly and grew bored with any topic not about himself could transform into a charismatic politician. He'd seen it on a youth program where Serge stood with hands in pockets, smiling tirelessly, though his eyes didn't join in, the cool teacher who'd get tipsy on a school trip. But in private, everything shifted. Famous faces had a particular look, eyes darting away from people, fixing on ceilings and lamps, grinning constantly because they knew everyone was either watching or pointedly not watching. Sometimes the boundary blurred, and Serge might try to leverage public interest during private moments, like tonight. Serge looked at the beard, then at him, winked, and pulled out his phone. He glanced at the display, apologized, said he had to take the call, and raised it to his ear. No ring had sounded. Perhaps it was on vibrate, or the noise masked it, but the beard couldn't be sure. The moment had come for him to withdraw, empty-handed. He might suspect he was being deceived, but people generally didn't challenge that, as it would ruin their story. Serge spoke into the phone about his current location and said he wouldn't be available before midnight. He gestured the beard toward the door, the receptionist ushering a patient out. When they were alone, Serge sighed about the worst kind of encounter, then made a joke about how if the girl had been prettier, it would have been more bearable, a dig at his brother's supposed taste for wallflowers. He grinned, and he grinned back, glancing toward the door for Claire and Babette. Then, Serge grew serious, elbows on the table, fingertips pressed together, and asked where they'd left off. And then the main course arrived. He stood outside, watching his brother through the window, alone at their table. The urge to stay out here, to avoid going back in, was almost overwhelming. Then he heard it, a series of electronic beeps that wove together into a tune, not his own ringtone. His phone was always in his left pocket, he was left-handed. But the sound was coming from his right jacket pocket. He reached in, his fingers brushing his keys and familiar pack of gum, and found a phone that wasn't his. Recognition hit him. Michelle's phone. He couldn't piece together exactly how it had gotten there, but the immediate problem was the ringing, loud and clear now, no longer muffled by fabric. He worried the noise might carry across the entire park. His instinct was to let it go to voicemail, but the noise had to stop, and he was curious. He glanced at the display. He didn't need to read a name. His wife's face lit up the screen, slightly blurred in the dark, unmistakably Claire. She was calling their son. There was only one way to know why. He slid the phone open and said her name. Nothing. He said it again, half expecting her to step out from behind a tree, a strange joke. Instead, his son's voice came through the line, asking where he was. Michel was at home, his words faltering. He'd called his own number to find it. Paul heard himself start to fabricate an explanation about their phones looking alike, but he stopped himself before he asked the question that would give him away: how the phone had ended up in his possession. Then Michel asked, with more surprise than accusation, why his father had it. Paul's mind raced back to earlier, standing in Michel's room, the phone on the desk. He was supposed to have been looking for his son. Could he have taken it then? He tried to reconstruct it, but the details wouldn't align. He never wore a blazer around the house. Why would he have been in Michel's room wearing one? He forced a casual tone, claiming he was as surprised as his son, suggesting their phones looked alike. But Michel cut him off, explaining he'd called his own number, hoping to hear it ring. On the screen was his mother's picture, the photo that appeared when the home phone called him. Not his father, not both parents together. Paul felt a strange pang, then quickly dismissed it as ridiculous, imagining a forced family portrait on the display. He apologized for the mix-up, blaming it on a senior moment, noting with a small comfort that home meant his mother, Claire. He promised he'd have the phone back in a couple of hours. Michel pointed out the restaurant wasn't far. Paul tried to dissuade him from coming, suggesting an hour at most, his words breezy and cheerful, though he secretly hoped they were unconvincing. His son pressed on, saying he couldn't wait, he needed numbers to call someone. Paul heard a catch in his voice, a hesitation that felt significant. He offered to look for the number himself. He immediately regretted it. He didn't want to be that kind of father, too open, too familiar, the kind who could snoop because they had nothing to hide. The kind whose children called them by their first names. He'd seen that dynamic go wrong, parents who tolerated disrespect and created little tyrants, too cowardly to see their mistake. He'd already broken that boundary, though. He'd looked at the phone's contents and seen what he wasn't meant to. For his son's sake, keeping the phone a moment longer felt dangerous. Michel said he'd come get it right away. Paul called after him, but the line went dead. He swore aloud. Then he saw them, Claire and Babette, emerging from behind a tall hedge, his wife's arm around her sister-in-law's shoulders. For a split second, he considered retreating into the shadows. But that was pointless. He'd come out here to find them. At least this way, she hadn't caught him using the phone in secret. He waved and walked toward them. Babette held a handkerchief to her nose, but her tears had stopped. Claire looked at him with a familiar expression, eyes rolling, a silent sigh, and he understood immediately. Things were worse than he'd thought. Babette lowered the handkerchief and greeted him warmly, calling him dear and sweet. He could only reply with the awkward observation that the main course had arrived. He found the men's room empty, checked all 3 stalls to be sure. He'd told his wife and sister-in-law to go ahead, that he'd join them in a moment. Now he locked himself in the farthest stall, lowering his trousers as a pretense, keeping his underpants on. He pulled out his son's phone and slid it open. On the display, something new caught his eye, a small white box he hadn't noticed outside. 2 missed calls from Faso. The name felt wrong, made up, then it clicked. Faso. The nickname his son and nephew had given Bo, the adopted boy from Burkina Faso. He remembered the first time he'd heard it, at a birthday party. Michel offering popcorn to Bo, calling him that. Serge had corrected them, insisting on Bo's real name. But Bo himself had seemed unbothered, saying everyone had a nickname. He just wanted to be like everyone else. After that, the nickname was used less openly, but here it was, preserved in Michel's contacts. What had Bo been calling about? He considered checking the voicemail, but that would leave a trace. Michel would know someone had listened. The voicemail system was familiar to him. He knew the difference between new and old messages. He navigated through the phone's menus, past the videos. He'd been here before, hours ago, in Michel's room, a turning point that felt like an eternity. He selected the favorites, scrolled back 1 video, and hit play. The footage showed a subway platform, above ground, surrounded by high-rise apartments. He recognized the station instantly, but kept the name to himself. The camera followed a pair of white sneakers hurrying along the platform, then panned up to reveal an older man with an unshaven, spotty face, a panhandler, likely homeless. The same cold he'd felt earlier crept back through him. Rick's face appeared beside the homeless man's head, grinning at the camera. He spoke a few words of instruction, then struck the man on the side of the head without warning, a hard blow to the ear. The man winced, hands flying up to protect himself. Rick shouted something crude in English, his accent betraying his Dutch origins. The camera pushed in closer on the homeless man's face, watery red eyes, mumbling lips. Then his son's voice came from off-camera, telling the man to say a word. The homeless man's head disappeared. Rick reappeared with a stupid grin, miming another punch before the frame showed the man again, this time on the ground, eyes closed, lips trembling as he forced out the word. The frame froze. In the silence, he could only hear water running down the urinal wall. Serge's words from earlier came back to him. They needed to talk about their children. Had that been an hour ago? 2? He wanted nothing more than to stay here until morning, until the cleaners found him. But he stood up instead. He paused at the dining room entrance, scanning the table ahead. Just his wife, his brother, and his sister-in-law. No sign of Michel yet. He slipped behind a large potted palm, peering through the leaves. They hadn't noticed him. His best option, he decided, was to intercept his son before he reached them, outside, in the garden, away from questions. He turned and walked out, past the hostess at the lectern, into the night air. He had no plan for what to say to Michel. He'd let his son take the lead, watch his eyes, those honest eyes that had always been terrible at lying. He followed the torch-lit path, left toward the footbridge. Michel would likely come the same way they had, across from the cafe. The main entrance would mean a longer ride in the dark. At the bridge, he stopped. No one. The restaurant lights barely reached this far, just a dim yellow glow, no brighter than candlelight. The darkness might help. Without eye contact, Michel might speak more freely. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. He cupped his hand and breathed into it, smelling beer and wine on his breath. He'd had maybe 5 drinks, calculated to stay sharp. He knew his limits. By the end of a dinner, his concentration would wane, and Serge might use that against him. He stared across the bridge at the lights of the cafe beyond the bushes. A tram rolled past without stopping. Silence returned. He said the words out loud, urging his son to hurry. The sound of his own voice jolted him, and suddenly he knew what to do. He pulled out Michelle's phone and opened it. 2 text messages from the same number. The first, just a number, no message. The second said a voicemail was waiting. Both had arrived barely 15 minutes ago, while he'd been talking to Michelle in the park. He deleted the missed call notifications, then dialed the number. Beau's voice answered, brash and demanding, using street slang. He'd changed in the past 6 months, adopted an African-American persona, complete with a Yankees cap. Before that, he'd spoken proper Dutch, the privileged accent of his adoptive parents' social circle. He'd looked in the mirror one day and decided being African meant being pitiful, but he'd never truly be Dutch either. So he'd found a new identity across the Atlantic. Yet something about the performance had always grated on him, the way Beau used his differentness, his victimhood, as leverage. He remembered the boy climbing into Babette's lap more often than his siblings, crying, while she looked for someone to blame. Once, Rick had said he hadn't done anything, only looked at him. He remembered Claire teasing him about being racist, and he'd insisted he only disliked the hypocrisy, not Africa itself. A bike came across the bridge, a single headlight cutting through the dark. Even in silhouette, he knew it was Michelle, the way he hunched over the handlebars, the fluid sway of the bike. He caught himself thinking of a predator before correcting to athlete. His son played sports, didn't smoke, was moderate with alcohol, looked down on drug users. A good student, average marks, top marks only in gym. He realized he was still holding the phone to his ear. Michelle was halfway across. He turned away, walking back toward the restaurant, needing to end the call and pocket the phone. Rick's voice came through, short and definitive. Tonight was the night. Call him back. Then the voicemail switched to a message from Claire, her voice telling Michelle she'd be home in an hour, that they were going to dinner and would stay out past midnight, that they had to do it tonight. And she said it plainly. His father didn't know about any of this, and she wanted to keep it that way. Michelle had locked his bike and was walking toward the door. He called his son's name, pocketing the phone, waving. Michelle turned, saw him, and walked over. They met at the top of the path, under the bright lights. He needed that light, he thought, to see clearly. He greeted his son, noting the black knit cap, the headphones around his neck, the new green jacket he'd bought with his own money, leaving nothing for socks or underwear. He said he'd walked out to meet him. His son looked at him with those frank, honest eyes. Then he asked about the phone call. There was a casual tone, but underneath it, something urgent he'd never heard before. The hair rose on the back of his neck. He claimed he'd been calling to see what was taking so long. Then he began to recall the facts of what had happened. 2 months ago, 3 boys leaving a school party. 2 were brothers, 1 adopted, the 3rd was their cousin. The cousin had drunk beer, as had the biological brother, though the cousin usually didn't. The adopted brother had spent the night kissing his girlfriend. She stayed behind to wait for her father. It was already past 1:30, but still within their parents' limits. The cousin was sleeping over at the brother's house while his parents were in Paris. They wanted one last beer, but needed cash. They found an ATM in a small cubicle with a glass door. The biological brother went in first and came right back out, shaken. Someone was lying there asleep in a sleeping bag. He'd nearly stepped on the person's head. Accounts differed on who came up with the plan. What they agreed on was the stench inside, vomit, sweat, something like rotting flesh. The smell was blinding. It made it hard to see the person inside as human. That wasn't an excuse, but it mattered. They needed cash, just a few euros. But they couldn't stand that smell. The adopted brother suggested finding another ATM. The other two refused. Why should they have to walk blocks because someone was passed out in their way? The adopted brother insisted they leave. He said he wasn't into it, that he was tired and didn't want the beer. He rode off on his bike. The biological brother called after him, but he just waved and disappeared. "Let him go," the cousin said. "He's a bore. Squeaky clean, a boring arsehole." They went back inside. The brother tugged at the sleeping bag. The cousin kicked it. The stench was overwhelming, not corpse-like, more like rotting garbage, leftovers, mouldy coffee filters. A stubbornness took hold. They'd had some to drink at the party. It was the same stubbornness of a tipsy driver insisting he could still drive, of a guest who won't leave. They tried to be polite, calling him Mr. The sleeper was older, probably a tramp. From inside the bag came sounds, moaning, mumbling, then movement, as if someone was stirring, about to poke out a head. They didn't have a clear plan, the brother and cousin. They realized, too late, that they didn't want to see what was inside the sleeping bag. It had been just an obstacle, something in the way, reeking, something that had to be removed. But now they had to interact with the person they'd woken. Then the voice came, shrill, unexpected. Not the gruff growl of a man, but almost a woman's. The sleeping bag stirred, revealing hands, arms, a head. The face was grimy, with patchy hair and what looked like a beard, but the features were distinctly female. A woman. The brother and cousin exchanged a look. This changed everything. The brother suggested they leave, but the woman kept screaming, cursing at them. The cousin told her to shut up and kicked the sleeping bag. His foot slipped, hitting her under the nose. Blood appeared. The woman's screams grew louder, more frantic. Murderers, scumbags. The brother pulled the cousin out, and they stood outside, still hearing her muffled shouting. The cousin said he hadn't meant to. His foot slipped. The brother agreed. They both wished she'd stop. Then, looking at each other, they burst out laughing, at their own flushed faces, at the muffled grumbling behind the glass door. They leaned against the wall, arms around each other, shaking with laughter. The cousin imitated her shrill voice, and they couldn't stop. Nearby, leaning against a tree, they spotted garbage bags and other items set out for collection. An office chair, a cardboard box, a desk lamp, a picture tube. Still laughing, they grabbed the chair and threw it into the cubicle at the sleeping bag. The cousin held the door open, while the brother fetched the lamp and garbage bags. The woman poked her head out again, her hair matted, face filthy. She tried to push the chair away, but failed. The first garbage bag hit her full in the face, her head rocking back against the wall. The cousin threw the desk lamp, the metal shade striking her nose. She stopped screaming, just sat there groggy as the second bag hit her. They shouted at her, telling her to go pass out somewhere else, to get a job. That sent them into another fit of laughter. The cousin went back to the tree, pushing aside the box to reveal a green army gas can. Empty. The brother asked what he was planning, but the cousin just said it was empty. The woman, coming back to her senses, told them they should be ashamed of themselves, her voice suddenly prim from another time. The cousin said they'd smoke it out a little, holding up the can. The woman asked if she could go back to sleep, the blood under her nose already dried. The cousin threw the empty can beside her head, at a safe distance. Weeks later, the footage on a television program showed both boys leaving the cubicle after throwing the can. The security camera never showed the woman inside, only the door and the people entering. The rest was out of frame. That evening, he and Claire had watched the broadcast together, Michelle upstairs. They'd seen the story in the papers, on the news, but this was the first time the footage aired. The images were jerky, grainy, from a security camera. The public reaction had been outrage, calls for stiffer sentences, even the death penalty. Before that broadcast, the story had been just another shocking news report, destined to fade. But the security footage changed everything. The boys had faces, blurry, obscured by knit caps, but still. What viewers saw clearly was that they were having fun, laughing as they pelted their invisible victim. The laughter was the key moment, the image that seared itself into the collective memory. There was something else, too. These weren't thugs from the wrong side of town. They were upper middle class, white, well-dressed. Boys like the ones everyone knew. Boys like his nephew. Boys like his son. He remembered the exact moment of recognition, sitting on the couch with Claire. A cold, deathly quiet realization. He wouldn't say what had tipped him off. The investigation was still ongoing, and technically he could still deny everything. He could shake his head, claim the images were too unclear to be sure. The compilation footage showed the boys coming back repeatedly, throwing things. The worst came at the end. The gas can, then a flash of light, a lighter, a match, overexposing everything. The screen went white. When the picture returned, the boys were fleeing. The camera showed nothing after that. No smoke, no flames. But the silence was more terrifying than any image. The most important thing happened off-camera. The homeless woman was dead, most likely at the moment the gas exploded, or a few minutes later. Off-camera. He'd looked at Claire's profile. If she turned to him, he would know she'd seen it too. She turned and looked at him. He took a breath, about to speak words that would change everything. She held up the bottle of wine, asking if he wanted the last bit, or if she should open another. Now, in the garden, Michel asked where his mother was. His voice no longer sounded frightened, just tired, resigned. He'd said his father had looked at the phone. He took it from his hand, slid it open, closed it again, and asked what he'd seen. He admitted he'd looked at the videos, the ATM, the vagrant at the subway. He wore a grin, deliberately playing the naive father who didn't see the severity of it, as if beating up vagrants and setting fires was no big deal. He even repeated the word from the video, still grinning. His son asked if his mother knew. He shook his head, said no. He wanted to ask what she did know, but held back. His mind drifted to the night the footage first aired, Claire's casual offer of wine, the presenter's urgent appeal for information. He'd stood outside Michel's room that night, debating whether to say anything, thinking about happiness, about his son's eyes. But he also thought about the people who might have recognized him. Students at Rick's school, neighbors. And his brother, the future Prime Minister. Parents can recognize their children anywhere, even in fuzzy footage. He'd knocked, and Michel had opened the door, looking startled. His son seemed almost relieved to share the secret. They talked in his room, Michel insisting they hadn't known the gas can was dangerous. It was empty, he swore. He didn't challenge the excuse, didn't point out that empty cans can still explode. He let his son have that denial. In the silence that followed, standing with hands in pockets, he'd made up his mind. He thought back to when Michel was 8, kicking a ball through a bike shop window. The owner had ranted about punks, and Michel had looked guilty. He remembered the bicycle pump he'd picked up, the calm threat in his voice that made the owner back down. He'd paid for the window, but the owner's cowardice left him with a strange regret. He wished he could have used the pump. On the way home, Michel started crying, asking for his mother. He'd squatted down, told him it was okay, that accidents happen, and asked if they should tell Mama everything. Michel nodded through his tears. He stood up, feeling something snap. In his spine, or deeper. He took his son's hand, and they walked. At the corner, Michel's face was still tear-streaked, but the crying had stopped. He pointed out how scared the bike shop owner had been, suggested they could have walked away without paying, but that wouldn't have been right. When you break something, even accidentally, you pay for it. Michel stayed quiet until they reached the door, then asked if his father had really been going to hit the man with the pump. He knelt down again, explaining that the man wasn't good, just someone who hated kids. It didn't matter whether he'd actually hit him, the point was that the man thought he would, and that had been enough. Michel listened, nodded slowly. He hugged him, suggested they keep the bicycle pump part a secret. Michel nodded again. Later, when Michel went to town with Claire, he was quieter at dinner. He winked once, but got no response. At bedtime, he lay beside his son on the bed, making light conversation about soccer and computer games, avoiding the bike shop incident. When he kissed him goodnight, Michel squeezed him hard, harder than ever, pressed his head against his chest, and called him dear old dad. Back in the present, in Michel's room after the confession, his son swore they'd never planned to set anyone on fire. He grimaced at the memory of the stench. He nodded, his mind made up. He put himself in his son's place, imagined his own reaction to finding someone lying in the way, reeking, acting indignant when disturbed. A spoiled reaction, really, and the woman's prim voice suggested she came from somewhere better. Maybe the black sheep of a well-to-do family. In the Netherlands, with its social safety net, no one had to sleep in an ATM cubicle. He told Michel the best thing was to forget it for now. As long as nothing happened, nothing was happening. Michel's eyes held fear, but also thankfulness. He asked if his father really thought that, and he confirmed it. The garden was quiet now, the only sounds the crunch of gravel and the distant hum of the city. Father and son stood across from each other, the space between them heavy with unspoken things. Michel fidgeted with his phone, sliding it open and shut, a nervous rhythm, before tucking it away. His father started to speak, but Michel cut him off without looking up, his face turned toward the dark park, his tone clipped and impatient. He didn't have time for this, he had to go. The man pushed past the dismissal, asking why his son had never told him about those videos, or at least that one video, back when there was still a chance to do something. Michel ran his fingers across his nose, scuffed his sneakers through the gravel, and shrugged it off. What did it matter now? His father stood there, and for just a moment, he imagined the kind of man he might have been, the father who would have insisted that it did matter, that it changed everything. But the moment for lectures had long since passed. That line had been crossed weeks ago, in the privacy of Michel's room, on the night of the broadcast. The man's thoughts drifted back to the days leading up to this dinner. His brother had called, saying they needed to talk. The man had feigned ignorance, playing dumb, but Serge had sighed on the other end. They were long past that, he said. The man had asked if Babette knew, and Serge confirmed it, insisting they all needed to meet, the four of them, because it concerned their children. The man noticed his brother hadn't asked whether Claire already knew. Perhaps he assumed she did, or perhaps he simply didn't care. Then, Serge had named the restaurant, the one where he had pull, brushing aside the 7-month wait as if it were nothing. Now, watching his son turn toward his bike to leave, the man called out to him, but the words that came out were weak, nothing like the firm lecture the other father he could almost picture would have given. His mind played back the footage he'd reviewed in preparation for this night, the laughing boys hurling a desk lamp and garbage bags at the unseen homeless person, the flash of the gas explosion, the boys fleeing. He'd watched it again more closely, zeroing in on the end, where he knew a lighter had been thrown. He'd wondered why 2 boys who didn't smoke would even have such a thing. When he'd asked Michel, his son had explained it was for girls, for lighting their joints or cigarettes. You missed out on chances if you weren't prepared. He'd watched that final footage a second time, slowing it down frame by frame as the boys fled and the door swung shut. The physical sensation was unmistakable, a pounding heart, dry mouth, a cold spike driving into the base of his skull. Then he'd seen it, A white shape in the bottom right corner, something no casual viewer would ever catch, something easily dismissed as a reflection in the glass. He'd stared at the frozen image, the dark street outside, the cubicle's interior reflected dimly. The white thing was outside, the camera made that clear, but you had to know what you were looking for to see it. He'd gone full screen, but it only grew blurrier. He thought of a film where a photographer finds a murder weapon in an enlargement, but here, the image lost detail. So he'd reached for the magnifying glass on his desk. Adjusting the distance, he brought the image into sharper focus, and then sharper still. It was a tennis shoe, a white one, the kind anyone might wear. For a fraction of a second, he paused, recognizing the sheer scope of that. Tens of thousands of such shoes. But then the signal it sent became clear. Moving the magnifying glass, he could just make out the leg above it, the trouser leg of the wearer stepping into the frame. They had come back. That was the first meaning. The second was that the police, or the show's producers, had deliberately cut this moment from the broadcast. It could have been a stranger, he knew, a passerby, but that seemed unlikely at that hour in that remote spot, and if it were, that person would be a crucial witness. The only explanation that held was the one that had struck him immediately. His son and nephew had returned to see what they'd done. What truly unsettled him was why that footage had been withheld. Maybe it made the boys easier to recognize, but wouldn't that be a reason to show it? Perhaps it was simply unimportant, he thought briefly, but no, their return was too significant to ignore. There was something in that frame meant to be kept from the public eye, something only the police and the guilty parties would know. He knew the police sometimes held back details from the public, the exact nature of a weapon, a specific mark left at the scene, just to prevent copycats or false confessions. And it struck him now, for the first time in weeks, to wonder whether his own son and nephew had ever even seen the security footage. He remembered telling Michelle that night after the broadcast that they'd been caught on camera, but that they were barely recognizable, nothing to worry about for now. In the days after, they hadn't spoken of it again. He'd made a conscious choice not to bring it up, to let the matter settle, to avoid stirring the secret. He'd hoped, really, that time would do its work, that public interest would fade, consumed by fresher horrors. A war would be perfect, or a terrorist attack with its parade of ambulances and twisted metal and blown-out facades. That was the only way the homeless woman in that ATM cubicle could shrink to a footnote, a minor tragedy swallowed by greater ones. That was the dream that sustained him through those first weeks. News cycles would turn. Within 6 months, a year at most, the police, too, would shift their focus to more pressing matters. He had no illusions about some lone detective obsessed with an unsolved case. Those existed only in fiction. After that year passed, they could go back to being a happy family. A scar would remain, sure, but scars didn't have to interfere with happiness. In the meantime, he would behave normally. Dinners out, movies, taking Michelle to matches. He kept a close watch on his wife during meals, scanning for any flicker of suspicion that she might connect the security camera images to their own lives. One evening, she caught him staring. What was he looking at? He shrugged it off, and she laughed, reaching over to squeeze his hand. At moments like that, he made a point of avoiding his son's eyes. No knowing glances, no winks to suggest they shared a secret. That would only exclude Claire, and that exclusion would threaten their happiness more than the incident itself. Without those silent acknowledgements, the secret didn't really exist, he reasoned. The events might linger in his mind, but over time they would become external, just another piece of distant news. What they had to forget was the secret itself, and the sooner, the better. That had been the plan, until he reran the Opsporing Verzocht broadcast and spotted the white tennis shoe. On a hunch, he searched YouTube, typing in the bank's name along with homeless and death. 34 videos appeared, each thumbnail showing 2 laughing boys in knit caps. He clicked through a few, choppy edits of the desk lamp, the garbage bags, the gas can. In one, someone had even dubbed in canned laughter, reaching a hysterical pitch when the lighter was thrown. Most of the clips cut off after the flash of light, omitting that final detail of the shoe. Then he found one titled Men in Black the Third, not a jokey title like the others, but the first and only one that seemed to point to the perpetrators themselves. The footage was the same, but with an essential difference. Whenever the boys came into focus, the film slowed, accompanied by a deep, ominous, gurgling tone, the kind used in submarine disaster movies. The effect was to shift attention away from the objects being thrown and onto Michelle and Rick themselves, making them the center of the frame. The slow-motion images, paired with that ominous, rumbling score, seemed to pose a single question. Who were these boys? The audience already knew what they'd done. The question now was who they really were. Then came the real punch, right at the end. After the flash and the door slamming shut, the screen went black. He'd been about to click away, assuming the remaining seconds would be nothing but credits, the music swelling to a close. But then, just before he could move on, the footage shifted. The cubicle door reappeared, this time from the outside, captured in grainy, cell phone quality resolution. There it was again, the white tennis shoe. They had come back, not just to see the aftermath, but to record it. A disembodied voice, Rick's, broke the silence with an exclamation of shock. Then Michelle's voice followed, commenting on how the smell had improved. Rick urged them to leave, but Michelle insisted on a final bit of theatre. He wanted Rick to go stand beside the sleeping bag and say, "Jackass," to complete the bit for posterity. Rick tried to resist, but Michelle's tone turned sharp, ordering him to stay. The camera panned slowly up the length of the sleeping bag, the cubicle filled with a bluish haze, until it reached the top, where the image froze and faded to black. Text appeared on the screen. Men in Black 3, the sequel, coming soon. He'd waited a few days after that. Michelle was out often, his phone always with him, so the opportunity to check it didn't present itself until that very evening, just before they were due to leave for the restaurant, when Michelle was outside fixing his tire. He'd gone up to his son's room, half hoping, half praying that the video would be gone, that the whole thing had stopped there. But that wasn't the case. He'd only seen the rest of it a few hours ago. Now, standing in the garden, he told his son he had to delete those films, that he should have done it long ago, but now it was urgent. Michelle stopped, scuffed his sneakers, and started to say something, but only shook his head. The man had seen and heard, in both videos, how his son pushed his cousin around, sometimes even snarled at him, exactly what Serge had always hinted at, and would surely repeat tonight, that Michelle was the bad influence. He'd always denied it, always seen it as his brother's way of dodging responsibility. But now he knew it was true. Michelle was the leader. Rick was the follower. And in his heart, he had to admit that division pleased him. Better that than the other way around. Michelle had never been bullied. He'd always gathered a crew of followers around him. He'd seen other parents suffer when their children were bullied, but he'd never had to endure that. He suggested a better solution. Throw the phone away entirely, into the canal, and he'd buy a new one on Monday. They could say it was stolen. He held out his hand, offering to do it himself. Michelle looked at him with an expression that said he was just a fussy, worried father, the kind who frets over curfews and parties. The man pushed on, his voice rising, saying it wasn't about a party, it was about his future. He regretted the word, even as it left his mouth. He demanded to know why they'd put the footage online, his voice nearing a shout, asking if they thought it was cool, if they didn't see the stakes. Michelle bowed his head, hands in his jacket pockets, and answered quietly that it wasn't them. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, laughter spilling out with a group of well-dressed diners, 2 men in tailored suits, a woman in a silver dress. They passed by, their conversation drifting, one man joking about driving drunk, the woman laughing. The man watched them go, then turned back to his son, his words tumbling out, conflating the homeless woman with the earlier incident at the subway station, the victim now an alcoholic in his framing. He asked if that video was online too. Michel sighed heavily, insisting his father wasn't listening. The man insisted he was, that he listened too much. But then the restaurant door opened again, and a man in a suit stepped out to light a cigarette. Michel turned and walked to his bike. The man called after him, but his son kept going, unlocking the bike with a sharp click. The man, his voice urgent and low, said he couldn't just walk away, asked if there were more films he hadn't seen, if he'd have to find them on YouTube later. Then Michel spun around, grabbed his father's forearm and yanked it hard, telling him to shut up. Stunned, the man looked into his son's eyes and saw, unmistakably, hatred. He glanced at the man smoking nearby, then forced a grin, a stupid grin, and agreed to be quiet. Michel let go, biting his lip and shaking his head, demanding to know when his father would start acting normal. A cold stab hit the man's chest. He knew any other father would have snapped back, but he wasn't like other fathers. He stood there, frozen, hearing his son's question echo in the space between them. He wasn't a father like all the others. He knew what his son was really saying. All he wanted was to pull Michel close, to hold him, but he knew the boy would only shove him away in disgust, and that rejection would break him completely, would leave him weeping right there in the garden. So he just said, "Oh, buddy," and told himself to stay calm, to listen. He'd remembered Michel's accusation that he wasn't listening, so he declared himself all ears. But Michel only shook his head again and pulled his bike free from the rack. The man called out, stepped aside as if to clear a path, but then his hand found his son's forearm without thinking. Michel looked at that hand like it was some alien thing, and the man realized they were teetering on the edge of something irreversible. He let go. Then he said there was something else, and Michel sighed, impatient. The man told him someone had called. Michel stared at him, and for a moment the man braced for a fist to his face. He could almost feel the knuckles against his lip, his nose, the blood that would follow, and how that would clarify everything. But nothing came. Michel only asked when, his voice quiet. The man stammered, apologizing, saying he shouldn't have, but he'd listened to the message. Michel pressed again, planting both feet on the gravel. The man confessed it was a little while ago that he'd listened to the message. Then, with a shrug and a grin, he revealed it was from Faso. That was what they called him, right? Michel's expression hardened, his face seeming to pale even in the dim light. He asked what Faso wanted, his tone forced into casual indifference, but he'd already given himself away. The real issue wasn't the call itself, but that his father had been snooping through his messages. Any normal father would have thought twice. He had thought twice. Michel should have been furious, should have demanded to know what gave him the right, but he didn't. The man said it was nothing, just that Faso wanted him to call back. Michel nodded, said okay twice, calm and flat. Then the man remembered something else. Earlier, when Michel had called his own phone and gotten his father on the line, he'd said he needed a number. The man thought he knew which one now, but he didn't ask. Instead, he brought up what Michel had said about the YouTube video not being their doing. He asked who had put it there, and when he said, "Faso?" Michel just said, "Yeah." In the silence that followed, only the sounds of the park and the distant street filled the space between them. Birds in the branches, a car accelerating, a single church bell. The man thought he saw a glint of moisture in his son's eyes, and that look said everything. "You finally get it?" Then his own phone rang in his pocket, his old phone ringtone, a classic black Bakelite sound. He saw Claire's name on the screen and answered. She asked where he was, what was taking so long. He said he was outside. She pressed, saying they'd almost finished the main course, that she thought he was coming right back. He told her he was with Michelle. There was a pause, then she said she was coming. He tried to stop her, saying Michelle was just about to leave, but the connection cut off. He thought about her voicemail message to their son. "Your father doesn't know about any of this," and wondered how he'd be able to look at her when she came out, whether he could still look at her the way he had hours ago in the bar, when she'd asked if he'd noticed Michelle acting strange. He was wondering, in other words, if they were still a happy family. His thoughts turned to the video of the homeless woman, and most of all, to how it had ended up on YouTube. Michelle asked if Mama was coming. The man said yes, and heard relief in his son's voice, as if he'd been standing here with his father too long, a father who couldn't help him anyway. "Mama's coming." He had to be quick, had to look out for his son in the only way he still could. He put his hand on Michelle's arm again and asked how Faso had found out about the video, since he'd already gone home. Michelle glanced at the entrance, hoping to see his mother. The man noticed the smoking man by the door was gone. Michelle said he'd just sent the videos to Rick, and Faso had seen them, pulled them off Rick's computer, posted some on YouTube, and was now threatening to post the rest unless they paid him. The man paused, considering what question other fathers would ask. Then he asked how much. 3,000, Michelle said, for a scooter. Michelle rushed to his mother, throwing his arms around her neck and burying his face in her hair, repeating, "Mama," like a lifeline. The man watched his wife and son, thinking about happy families, about how he'd always looked at them together without ever trying to come between them. That, too, was part of the happiness. Claire stroked Michelle's back and head, then raised her eyes to meet her husband's. Her look asked how much he knew. He looked back, saying everything with his eyes, then corrected himself inwardly. Almost everything, thinking of her voicemail message to their son. Claire took Michelle by the shoulders and kissed his forehead, asking what he was doing there, thought he was meeting someone. Michelle's eyes darted to his father. The man realized then that Claire knew nothing about the videos. She knew a lot more than he'd thought, but not that. He stepped in, saying Michelle had come for some money he'd borrowed and forgotten to repay before they left. Claire raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. The man pulled out a €50 note and handed it to Michelle, who thanked him and tucked it away. Claire sighed, took Michelle's hand, and suggested they go back inside. The others were wondering what was taking so long. They hugged their son, Claire kissing his cheeks, then watched as he cycled off toward the bridge, raising an arm in a half-wave before disappearing through the bushes. Once he was gone, Claire asked how long he'd known. He held back the urge to turn the question back on her, instead saying it was since opsporing versorgt. She took his hand and said, "Oh, honey." He turned to see her face and asked when she'd found out. She took his other hand, offering a sad smile that seemed to want to rewind time. She said she'd been thinking of him first and foremost, that she hadn't wanted it to be too much for him, was afraid it would make him go all over again. He asked quietly when, and she squeezed his fingers, saying it was on the night itself, the same night they were at the ATM. Michelle had called her right after it happened, wanting to know what they should do. His mind drifted back to when he was still working, standing before a class. He remembered stopping mid-sentence about the Battle of Stalingrad, looking out at all those heads into which everything disappeared. He'd explained how Hitler had fixated on the city because of its name, the psychological blow it would deal Stalin, even though pressing on to Moscow would have been strategically wiser. He'd paused, scanning the classroom, noting the interested and the glassy stares, realizing it no longer mattered much to him. He'd thought about their lives, all their lives, that would just go on. He'd concluded that irrational considerations like that were what won or lost wars. It was still hard for him to say, back when I was still working. He could explain that he'd once had other plans, but that was nobody's business now. He preferred that phrase to, when I was still standing before a class, or the worst of all, when I was still in education. He'd rather not say what subject he taught. It became a label, people assuming they understood something about him. He taught history. Taught it, anyway. He'd stopped about 10 years ago. Had to stop, though he still felt that stopped and had to stop were equally far from the truth, at opposite ends of it, both missing the mark by about the same distance. It had started on the train to Berlin, the beginning of the end, the start of being forced into stopping. Counting back, the whole process had taken barely 2 or 3 months. Once it started, it went quickly, like a diagnosis of a malignant illness that takes a patient in 6 weeks. In hindsight, what he felt most was pleasure and relief. His days in front of a class had lasted long enough. He remembered sitting alone by the window of an otherwise empty train compartment, watching the landscape roll by. For the first half hour, it had been nothing but birch trees, but now they were passing through the outskirts of some town. He looked at the houses and flats, their little gardens running right up to the rail embankment. White sheets hung to dry in one garden, a swing stood in another. It was November, cold, and no one was outside. Claire had suggested a vacation, a week or so. She'd noticed something in him, she said. He reacted too quickly, too irritably to everything. It had to be the job, the school. She wondered how he kept it up, told him there was no reason to feel guilty. Michelle was only 3 then, she could manage fine. He went to daycare 3 days a week, leaving her those days to herself. He'd considered Rome and Barcelona, palm trees and outdoor cafes, but settled on Berlin, mostly because he'd never been there. At first, there was a cheerful excitement. He packed light, determined to travel with as little as possible. The excitement held until he reached the station, where the train to Berlin waited on the platform. The first part of the journey was smooth. He watched housing blocks and industrial estates recede without regret. Even as the landscape opened into cows, ditches, and power masts, his thoughts stayed fixed on what lay ahead. But then the cheerfulness faded, replaced by thoughts of Claire and Michelle, of the distance growing between them. He saw his wife at the daycare door, lifting Michelle into the bicycle seat, sliding her key into their front lock. By the time the train crossed into Germany, he'd already made several trips to the buffet for more beer. But it was too late. He'd passed a point of no return. That was when he saw the houses and gardens again. People are everywhere, he thought. So many of them they build right up to the tracks. From his hotel room, he called Claire, trying to sound normal. She knew immediately something was wrong, asked if he was okay. He asked about Michelle. She said he'd made an elephant out of clay, offered to put him on the phone. He tried to say no, but then Michelle was there, saying, "Daddy." He asked about the elephant, but his voice faltered. Michelle asked if he had a cold. Over the following days, he played the tourist. He walked past remnants of the wall, ate at restaurants his guidebook said were for ordinary Berliners. Evenings were the worst. He stood at his window, watching traffic and lights and people who all seemed to be going somewhere. He had 2 choices, stay at the window or go out and pretend he was on his way somewhere too. A week later, Claire asked how it was. He pressed her to him, harder than planned, but still not hard enough. A few days after that, it started at school too. At first, he told himself it was just the after effects of being away, but something had happened, something he'd brought home with him. He wrote 55 million on the board, the estimated dead of the Second World War, and asked his students to calculate how many people there would have been if the war had never happened. He said it with deliberate crudeness, telling them to do the arithmetic for next time. He noticed more students staring at him than usual, maybe all of them. He grinned, looked out the non-opening window, announced he was going for a breath of fresh air, and walked out. He didn't know when the complaints started, whether students or parents had spoken up. But eventually he was summoned to the principal's office. The principal was an old-fashioned type, hair parted on the side, wearing a brown herringbone suit. He sat the man down and said there'd been complaints about the content of his history lessons. The man asked who had complained. The principal deflected, saying that wasn't relevant. The man insisted, parents or students. Parents were always bitching about things that didn't bother the students. The principal clarified. It was about something he'd said regarding victims of the Second World War, that he'd supposedly expressed himself in belittling terms, said they had only themselves to blame. The man corrected him. He'd only said, not all victims are automatically innocent. The principal looked at a paper on his desk, started to read, then stopped, removed his glasses, and pinched his nose. He told the man he had to realize these were indeed parents complaining, and that this was serious, not the usual trifles about apples or gym class during menstruation. It was about lesson content which reflected poorly on the school. It would be better if he stuck to the curriculum. The man felt a tingle at the back of his neck and asked calmly in what way he'd allegedly deviated. The principal fumbled with the paper and asked the man to tell him himself what he'd actually said. He told the principal it was nothing special, just some simple arithmetic. He'd asked the class to consider a group of 100 people. How many were assholes? How many fathers humiliated their children? How many had breath like rotting meat but refused to do anything about it? How many were hopeless cases who complained endlessly about non-existent injustices? He'd told them to look around and ask how many classmates they'd be, relieved not to see, return to their desks. To think about that irritating uncle with his pointless stories at birthday parties, that ugly cousin who mistreated his cat. How relieved everyone would be if that uncle or cousin stepped on a landmine or was hit by a bomb, wiped off the face of the earth. Then, he said, to think about all the millions of war victims throughout history. He hadn't singled out the Second World War, he'd only used it as an example because it captured their imaginations, and consider the thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of victims they could do without. From a statistical standpoint, it was impossible that all victims were good people. The real injustice was that the assholes ended up on the list of innocent victims, their names chiseled into war memorials alongside everyone else. He paused, catching his breath. He wondered how well he really knew this principle. The man had let him speak without interruption, but that could mean anything. Maybe he'd heard enough. Maybe this was just the prelude to a probationary warning. The principal put his glasses back on, not looking at him but at a point on his desk, and asked a personal question. Had he perhaps reached the end of his rope when it came to teaching? He stressed he wasn't blaming, that it happened to everyone sooner or later, that they started questioning the senselessness of their profession. The man shrugged, said, "Oh well." The principal said he'd been through it too, standing before a class, that nasty feeling that knocks the blocks out from under everything you believed in. Was that what he was going through now? Could he still believe in it? The man answered truthfully that he'd always had the students in mind, tried to make the subject interesting, used himself as a measuring stick, never wooed them with wishy-washy stories. He always thought back to what had interested him in high school. That was his bottom line. The principal smiled and leaned back in his chair. The man noticed. He can lean back, and I'm sitting here with a straight back. He went on, saying what he remembered most from his own history classes were the ancient civilizations: Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Alexander, Cleopatra, Caesar, Hannibal, the Trojan horse, elephants crossing the Alps, sea battles, gladiators, chariot races, spectacular murders and suicides, Vesuvius erupting. But also the beauty, temples, arenas, frescoes, baths, mosaics. That beauty lasted forever, made people prefer a Mediterranean holiday to Manchester or Bremen. Then Christianity came, and it all crumbled. In the end, you were almost glad when the barbarians came and leveled everything. That was what he remembered. And after that, nothing. The Middle Ages were disgusting and backward, with only a few violent sieges worth mentioning. Then, Dutch history, the 80 Years' War. He'd always hoped the Spanish would win. There was a spark of hope when William of Orange was assassinated, but the religious fanatics seized the day, and darkness settled over the Low Countries. He remembered how their history teacher dangled World War II like a fat sausage, promising it in the 6th year. But when they got there, they were still stuck on William I and the Belgian secession. At best, they got a little trench warfare from the First World War, but aside from mass death, it was mostly boring, had no momentum. Later, he learnt it was always like that. You never got to World War II, the most interesting period in the last 1500 years. For the Netherlands, after the Romans decided it wasn't their kind of place, nothing truly interesting happened until May 1940. When people talked about Holland abroad, they talked about painters, Rembrandt, Van Gogh. The only Dutch historical figure with international breakthrough was Anne Frank. The principal shuffled papers again, flipping through a clear-covered folder, the kind students used for handing in work. He asked if a certain name meant anything to him, naming one of the female students in his class. The man nodded. The principal asked if he remembered what he'd said to her. The man said more or less. The principal closed the folder and laid it down, pointing out that he'd given her a 3, and when she asked why, he'd said something. The man interrupted, saying the 3 was entirely fitting. It was complete garbage, not what he expected from students. The principal smiled thinly, admitted he wasn't particularly impressed either, but that wasn't the point. The man interrupted again, saying that in addition to World War II, he also covered a large part of the history that came afterwards. He covered Korea, Vietnam, Kuwait, the Middle East, and Israel, the Six-Day War, the Yom Kippur War, the Palestinians, all of that in his classes. So he couldn't accept a paper about Israel that painted a picture of people picking oranges and dancing around campfires, cheerful, happy people, and all that nonsense about the desert blooming. People were shot and killed there every day, buses were blown up. What was that paper even about? The principal said the girl had come to him in tears. The man replied he'd cry too if he turned in garbage like that. The principal looked at him with something new in his eyes. Neutral, non-committal, as neutral as his herringbone suit. He leaned back further than before. The man realized. He's not just distancing himself, he's saying goodbye. The principal told him he simply couldn't say things like that to a 15-year-old girl, his tone now more neutral, delivering a judgment rather than inviting discussion. The man knew that if he'd asked why, the answer would have been, "Because you can't." He thought briefly about the girl, sweet-faced, too cheerful for no good reason, a happy but sexless cheer that matched the page and a half she'd dedicated to orange picking. The principal went on, saying that kind of talk might belong at a soccer match, but not at a high school, certainly not from a teacher. The man reflected that exactly what he'd said to the girl didn't matter, it would only distract. Sometimes you say something razor-sharp, something the other person carries for life. He thought about her cheerful face breaking when he said it, like a vase or a glass shattering at a high note. He looked at the principal and felt his hand curling into a fist. He had no desire to continue the discussion. Their positions had become irreconcilable. A chasm was opening. Sometimes talk just ends. He imagined planting his fist right in the middle of that grey face, teeth breaking, blood spurting, his position made clear. But he doubted it would resolve anything. He could rebuild that bland face, but at best into something equally bland. His position at school was already untenable, had been from the first day he walked through the door. All those hours in front of classes had never been anything but a reprieve. The question was whether to do the principal the favor of making him a victim, someone people would pity. He pictured students crowding to the window as the ambulance took him away. He wouldn't stop before the job was finished. The principal shifted in his chair, smelling danger, preparing to roll with the first blow. The man wondered if the ambulance might drive away without lights flashing. He could beat him to death with his bare fists. A dirty job, but no dirtier than dressing a wild animal. The principal had a wife and older children. Maybe he'd be doing them a service. At the funeral, they'd grieve, but afterward, relief would take over. The principal said his name again, and the man looked at him and smiled. The principal asked if he could ask a personal question. How were things at home? The man kept smiling, thinking of Michelle, almost 4. For beating someone to death, he'd get maybe 8 years, out in 5 with good behavior. Michelle would be 9 by then. The principal asked about his wife. Carla? The man silently corrected him. Claire. He said wonderful. The principal asked about the kids. The man thought, even that was too much for this asshole to remember. Michelle's bike still had training wheels. If he went to prison, he'd miss the moment they came off, only hear about it. He said, great, how quickly they grow up. The principal folded his hands on his desk, ignorant that he'd just slipped through the eye of the needle. For Michelle, the man would keep his hands to himself. The principal suggested he make an appointment with Van Dieren, the school psychologist, and take a short break from teaching to recharge. The man was remarkably calm, fatigued. There would be no violence. It was like a storm that passes over, leaving the awnings rolled up and the chairs carried inside. And that was too bad, because we'd all rather see roofs ripped off, trees uprooted, disasters on film. The principal could go home undamaged, fill his chair at the dinner table, no one going to intensive care or the funeral home, simply because it had been decided that way. The man had known from the start. How are things at home was just a way of saying they wanted to get rid of you, dumping you. It was nobody's business, like asking if you enjoyed your meal. He agreed without resistance to talk to the psychologist, surprising the principal. He stood to indicate the meeting was over. At the door, he offered his hand, and the principal shook it, the hand that could have added a new twist to his life, or ended it. The principal said he was glad he was taking it so well, and asked him to give his warmest regards to his wife. The man replied, to Carla. A few days later, he went to see the school psychologist, Van Dieren. At home, he told Claire the truth, or most of it. He said he wanted to take things easier for a while and mentioned the medication the psychologist had prescribed through their family doctor after a first appointment that had lasted barely 30 minutes. He added, almost as an afterthought, that the psychologist had advised him to wear sunglasses to reduce stimuli since too many things were getting to him. He was keeping back only a small part of the truth, he reasoned, just enough to avoid a barefaced lie. The psychologist had mentioned a German-sounding name, the surname of the neurologist who'd had this particular disorder named after him. Van Dieren had told him that therapy could influence it somewhat, but that it was primarily neurological. With the right medication, it could be kept under control quite effectively. Then he'd asked whether there were other family members with similar complaints or symptoms. The man thought about his parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, keeping in mind that the syndrome was often hard to detect. People tended to function normally, at most a little withdrawn, either the ones with the biggest mouths in social settings, or those who said nothing at all. Finally, he shook his head. He couldn't think of anyone. He asked if that meant it was hereditary. The psychologist said sometimes yes, sometimes no. They always tried to take family histories into account. Then he asked, did he have children? It took a moment for the full implications to sink in. Until that point, he'd only been thinking about where his own genes came from. Now, for the first time, he thought about Michel. The psychologist prompted him, and he asked for a moment. He thought about his son, almost 4, the floor of his bedroom littered with toy cars. For the first time, he thought about how Michel played with those cars and wondered if he'd ever be able to see it any differently. He racked his brain, trying to remember if the daycare center had ever said anything about Michel withdrawing from the group or displaying aberrant behavior. But he couldn't recall anything. The psychologist smiled and asked if it was taking so long to figure out whether he had children. He said no, it was just... The psychologist suggested maybe he was thinking about having them. Without blinking, he said that was right, and asked if the psychologist would advise against it. In his case, Van Dieren leaned forward, hands folded beneath his chin, and said no. But that these days it was possible to identify such defects before birth with a pregnancy test or amniocentesis. Of course, one had to be aware of what they were getting into. Terminating a pregnancy was no trifling matter. A number of things flashed through his mind. He hadn't lied when he said they were thinking about having children. He'd only admitted that they already had one. The birth had been very trying, and Claire had refused to consider another pregnancy for the first few years, but lately it had come up more often. They'd have to decide soon, otherwise the age gap would be too great. He asked if a test could show whether a child had inherited this disorder. His mouth was dry, and he moistened his lips before he could speak normally. The psychologist corrected himself. The illness could be identified in amniotic fluid, but it wasn't quite like that. Amniocentesis could show something was wrong, but further testing was needed to know precisely what. It had already become an illness, he noted. They'd started with a defect, moved through disorder and syndrome, and ended at illness. He pressed. Was it reason enough for an abortion, even without further testing? The psychologist explained that with Down's syndrome or spina bifida, they could see clear signs and always advised termination. But with this illness, they were in a grey area. They warned parents, but most decided not to run the risk. The man noticed that Van Dieren had started using we as if he represented the entire medical profession when he was just a plain old school psychologist, as low on the totem pole as you could get. He wondered, had Claire ever had an amniotic fluid test? The stupid thing was, he didn't know. He'd gone with her almost every time, to the first ultrasound, to the first prenatal exercise class. Only the first one, Claire found it as ridiculous as he did that husbands were expected to pant and puff along. To the first visit to the midwife, which was also the last. She'd said she didn't want any midwives pawing her. But Claire had also gone to the hospital alone a few times. There was no sense in him missing half a day's work for a routine visit, she'd said. He was about to ask whether all pregnant women were given the test, or only a high-risk group, but gulped back the question. Instead, he asked if such tests existed 30 or 40 years ago. The psychologist thought for a moment, then said no. He was 100% sure they didn't do that back then. They looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. But the psychologist didn't say it, probably didn't dare to. So the man said it himself. In other words, the inadequate state of medical science 40 years ago was the only reason he was sitting here today, that he was here at all. Van Dieren nodded slowly, a smile of amusement on his face, and said that if he put it that way, had the test been available back then, it wasn't entirely unimaginable that his parents would have decided to be safe rather than sorry. He started the medication. For a few days, there was no noticeable effect, just as he'd been warned. But even from those first days, he caught Claire looking at him with a new intensity, her question about how he was feeling repeated with a frequency that struck him as strange. He gave the same answer each time, and it was true enough. He did feel fine. What he relished most was the absence of the classroom. the unbroken parade of faces staring back at him, hour after hour, the weight of their attention. It was a relief only another teacher could understand. Then, sooner than expected, the medication began to work. He had dreaded this moment, fearing the change would be invisible to him, that his personality might be smoothed away. The leaflets had listed nausea and dry skin as manageable, but they also warned of deeper shifts: paranoia, panic, the erosion of memory. He'd made Claire promise to watch for any sign of forgetting, any odd behavior, to pull him back if he drifted too far. He needed that safeguard, he'd told her, because this was potent stuff. But the fears didn't materialize. On a Sunday afternoon, about 5 days in, he lay on the living room couch with the thick Saturday paper spread across his lap. Rain had just begun to fall beyond the sliding glass doors, and the sky was a restless pattern of clouds and blue patches. The wind was brisk. For months now, his own house had unsettled him, not the walls or the furniture, but the sheer fact of his presence in it, and the knowledge of all those other people in their own homes. In the evenings, the lit windows visible through the trees would press on him, each one a reminder of a life being lived, a presence that felt provisional, almost intrusive. It wasn't people themselves that frightened him, not crowds or social obligations. He could navigate those easily enough. It was the weight of their sheer numbers, the sense that they were all there, all moving through their routines, and that he was just one among countless others. He would lie there and think, letting the thoughts carry him to their most extreme conclusions. The faces from his classroom came back to him. Students who would have to make their way in the world, find jobs, form relationships, have children of their own. And those children, in turn, would sit through history classes, taught by someone else. From a certain distance, he saw only the presence of people, not the people themselves, and that was when panic would press in. From the outside, he must have looked perfectly still, the paper unread on his lap. Then Claire would appear with a glass of wine and ask if he wanted a beer. He would have to answer without his voice betraying the void he felt. He worried it would come out strange, a voice that didn't belong to him, and when she pressed, asking if something was wrong, he would deny it too quickly, too vehemently, his voice thin and strange in his own ears. She would sit beside him then, take his hand, sometimes press a palm to his forehead, checking for fever. He knew the path back to normal from there. He would shake his head again, more calmly this time, and she would relax, reassured by his steadier tone. No, he hadn't been thinking of anything important, just lost in thought. What about? He wouldn't remember. She would press further, an hour and a half, maybe 2, he'd been sitting there. He would mention the garden, a shed perhaps. She would laugh, because no one thought about a garden for that long. He would concede, saying it had only been the last 15 minutes. But that Sunday afternoon, only a week after his appointment, he looked at the garden and thought of nothing at all. He heard Claire in the kitchen, humming along to a song on the radio, a light melody about roses. When she came in with coffee, she saw his expression and asked what he was laughing about. He said he was just laughing, that was all. She told him he looked radiant, like someone transformed. He met her gaze and felt a warmth spread through him, like sinking into a deep, comfortable bed. He had almost raised the subject of another child. They hadn't spoken of it in months, and the age gap was closing. It was now or never, but something held him back. Not now, not this moment when the medication was still settling in his system. Instead, he told her he'd been thinking about building a shed. He would later recognize that Sunday as the peak of something, a bright point that couldn't be sustained. The novelty of a mind without guarded thoughts faded quickly, and life settled into a flatter, more uniform rhythm, like being at a party where you could see everyone animated but couldn't make out a single voice. The highs and lows disappeared, leaving only a steady, muted hum. Something essential was missing. He thought of people who had lost their sense of taste, They could sit down to the finest meal and feel nothing, simply going through the motions because they had to eat to survive. That was how he viewed his own existence sometimes, as a plate of food growing cold, nourishment he knew he needed but could no longer summon any appetite for. A few weeks later, he made one last attempt to recapture that initial euphoria. Michelle had gone to bed, and he and Claire were stretched out together on the wide living room couch, watching a documentary about death row inmates in America. They could both fit with some careful arranging, and lying side by side meant he didn't have to meet her eyes. He told her he'd been thinking about another child, that if they started now, Michelle would be 5 by the time the baby arrived. She answered that she'd been considering the same thing lately, but had concluded it wasn't the right choice. They should be content, she said, with what they already had. He felt her warmth against him, pulled her a little closer, and found himself thinking about that conversation with the school psychologist. The question hovered at the edge of his mind, whether she'd ever had that test, but he couldn't bring himself to ask it. There was an advantage in not being able to see her eyes, but also a disadvantage. Instead, he let the thought pass and suggested they take a trip somewhere, just the 3 of them, rent a bungalow for a weekend. Then Claire fell ill. Claire, who was never sick beyond the occasional cold, who had never once taken to her bed with the flu, was hospitalized and with no warning at all. There had been no time to prepare. She'd mentioned feeling unsteady that morning, but had still kissed him goodbye and cycled off. By afternoon, she was in a hospital bed with IV lines in her arm and a heart monitor at her head. She tried to smile, but it was clearly an effort. A surgeon in the hallway gestured for him to come over for a private conversation. He doesn't specify what was wrong with her. That's private, not his story to tell. He only says that it wasn't immediately life-threatening, though friends and family were quick to ask if it was, their lowered voices barely masking a hunger for something dramatic. He remembers the urge to confirm it, just to hear the silence that would follow. The surgeon told him, after a deliberate pause, that it was serious, that everything would change from one day to the next, but assured him they would do everything they could. The cheerfulness in the man's voice didn't match the gravity on his face. And then everything went wrong. A second operation followed the first, then a third. Monitors multiplied around her bed. Tubes ran in and out of her body, tethering her to machines meant to sustain her. The surgeon's cheerful tone had evaporated, though he still spoke of doing everything possible. By then, Claire had lost over 40 pounds and could barely lift herself against the pillows. He was relieved Michelle hadn't seen her that way. He'd tried to make the situation sound almost festive at first, suggesting they visit together, but Michelle seemed to ignore him. On the day Claire first went to the hospital, he'd taken his son to a casual restaurant for his favorite meal of ribs and fries, doing his best to explain what had happened while carefully omitting his own fears. Afterward, they rented a movie, and Michelle was allowed to stay up late. When he asked if Mama was coming home later, he promised to leave the door open and stay in the living room within earshot. He didn't call anyone that first night, as Claire had made him promise. She'd said there was no reason to make a fuss, that she might be home in a few days. He'd already spoken to the surgeon by then, and he agreed to keep it quiet. The next day, Michelle didn't ask about his mother. Instead, he asked to have the training wheels taken off his bike. He'd tried it once before and crashed into a park fence, but this time he rode off without a wobble all the way to the corner and back, raising his hands from the handlebars as he passed. When Claire asked that evening about the next day's operation, he deflected by telling her about Michelle riding without training wheels. She closed her eyes, her head sinking deeper into the pillows, and asked quietly how their son was, whether he missed her terribly. He lied and said Michelle was eager to visit, but that it might be better to wait a little longer. He doesn't name the hospital, though it was close to home, never more than 10 minutes away. During visiting hours, Michel stayed with a neighbor or sometimes a 15-year-old babysitter. He won't go into the details of what went wrong at the hospital, only that he would advise anyone who valued their own life or their families to stay far away from it. That's the dilemma. He can't reveal which hospital it was, yet he feels compelled to warn others. One afternoon, after the second or third operation, Claire's voice was so faint that he had to lean in close to hear her ask how he was coping. Her question was barely more than a whisper, whether he needed any help. At the mention of help, a nerve beneath his left eye began to twitch. He didn't want any assistance. He was managing on his own, and to his own surprise, managing well. Michel was making it to school on time, teeth brushed, clothes clean enough. He was less particular about small stains than Claire would have been, but he was the father, not trying to play both roles. He'd seen that sort of thing on television, the earnest single parent in a hand-knitted sweater, and it wasn't for him. He was busy, but productively so, and the last thing he needed was for anyone to lighten his load. Every moment accounted for was a gift. Sometimes, after kissing Michel goodnight, he'd sit in the kitchen with a beer, the dishwasher humming, the newspaper untouched, and feel something lift inside him. It wasn't happiness, not even satisfaction. It was weightlessness. A lightness so profound that a single breath of air might have sent him floating to the ceiling, like a feather. He'd noticed how other parents yearned for the moment their children were finally in bed. That sigh of relief when the day was done. For him, that ease came much earlier, when Michel arrived home from school and everything was as it should be. His own voice sounded right as he asked what his son wanted for lunch. The cupboard was stocked from that morning's shopping. He even took care of his own appearance, shaving and dressing with care before leaving the house, so that no one in the supermarket would suspect anything unusual. He wasn't a divorced father falling apart. He was holding things together. His goal was clear: maintain the appearance of normalcy. For Michel, as long as his mother was away, everything had to stay the same. A hot meal every day, and no visible changes in their routine. He'd never been one to shave daily, but during those weeks he did, wanting his son to sit across from a clean-shaven, fresh-smelling father. Someone who would not give Michel cause to doubt that this was only temporary. One pillar of a trinity, with another pillar temporarily absent. A pilot with an engine stalled but not failing, thousands of hours of experience, landing the plane safely. Then Serge and Babette appeared. It was the evening before another operation, and he'd made macaroni, the only dish he'd truly mastered. Michel's favorite, so it had become their nightly meal. He was about to serve when the doorbell rang, and before he could stop them, his brother and sister-in-law were in the living room. Babette surveyed the space with a particular look he couldn't name. They'd been eating in front of the television, trays ready for the sports news, and her gaze took it all in. He found himself mumbling excuses about the festive quality of their meals, about a male household, and a holiday feel to it all. It was stupid. He didn't owe anyone an explanation, but Babette was already climbing the stairs. She found Michel on his bedroom floor, lining up dominoes in an elaborate pattern. The boy spotted her and launched himself into her arms with an eagerness that felt excessive. More than fondness for an aunt, it seemed like a hunger for the presence of a woman, a mother. She held him, stroked his hair, and looked around the room. He looked with her and saw it through her eyes. An explosion of toys, clothing strewn across chairs and the bed, crumbs and half-empty glasses on the desk, and worst of all, an apple core browning on the Kluivert jersey. He'd given Michel that apple that afternoon, but it already looked days old. He'd said they'd clean up later, but later had never come. As Babette held his son, he met her eyes and felt the urge to explain again, to scream that if she'd come tomorrow, the room would be spotless. But he only shrugged. A mess, yes, but there were more important things. He reminded himself that they'd shown up unannounced, and he had every right to refuse entry. He should have said it was a bad time. Downstairs again, after Babette promised to return and watch the dominoes fall, and he told Michel dinner was almost ready, they passed the bathroom and the master bedroom. Babette's quick glances at the overflowing laundry basket and the unmade bed were almost casual, but they cut deeper because she didn't even look at him this time. He'd made it clear to Michel that they'd be eating alone, sending a signal that his brother and wife were not welcome at the table. It was time for them to leave. Downstairs, Serge stood before the television, hands in pockets, feet planted, as though the living room belonged to him. The sports news was already running, and it was that footage, soccer players jogging across a sunlit field, that signaled the evening's collapse. His plan for a normal night with Michel, plates of pasta on their laps, had already crumbled. Babette approached her husband, touched his shoulder, and Serge turned, still without removing his hands from his pockets. He looked at his brother, started to speak, then faltered, glancing helplessly at his wife. Babette sighed and took his hand in hers, her long fingers wrapping around his. The special look was gone, replaced by something friendly but firm, as though he himself had become a problem to be sorted, a laundry basket to be emptied, a bed to be made hotel neat. She explained that they knew how hard this was, with Claire in the hospital, and that no one could say how long it might last. They thought it would be good for Michel, and for him, if the boy came to stay with them for a while. A white-hot rage and an ice-cold panic surged through him, and it must have shown on his face because she squeezed his hand and told him to take it easy. They were only trying to help. Serge stepped forward as if to offer support, but stopped short. Babette smiled, running a finger along the back of his hand, saying it would give him a chance to rest, and Michel a break. Children notice everything, even if they don't say it. He took a breath, steadying his voice. He told them he'd love to invite them to dinner, but he hadn't expected visitors. Babette's finger halted. The smile stayed frozen on her face, disconnected from any real warmth, as she clarified that they weren't planning to eat. They thought it best if Michel came with them tonight. He said he was about to sit down with his son and ask them to leave. Babette squeezed his hand again, the smile gone, replaced by an entreating expression. Serge echoed that these were not ideal conditions for a 4-year-old. He yanked his hand free, his voice flat and too calm as he repeated the question. Babette's alarm was evident, perhaps sensing what he might do, but he wouldn't give Serge that satisfaction. The rage was there, but acting on it would prove he couldn't control himself, and that would only confirm their case against him. He counted the times they'd said his name in the past minute, each repetition a plea for something he wouldn't give. Babette insisted. Serge only meant it might be too much for him, that they knew he was trying to keep things normal for Michel, but the situation wasn't normal. He needed to be with Claire and his son. He couldn't be expected to run a household alone. Her hand gestured toward the upstairs mess, the toys, the laundry, the unmade bed. Michel needed to see that his father could handle things. He wanted to say they'd been about to clean, that if they'd come later, everything would be different. But he held back. He wasn't going to defend himself. They could clean when they felt like it. He repeated his request for them to leave, stressing the importance of regularity, especially now. Babette sighed, seeming ready to say his name again, but instead she looked between him and Serge. The sports news theme played, signaling the end of the broadcast, and a deep sadness settled over him. They had ruined the evening, and something irreversible had occurred. The absurd thought that he and Michel wouldn't watch the sports news together brought him to the edge of tears. He thought of Claire in her hospital room. She'd finally been given a private room after enduring a flatulent roommate. He'd insisted on it. From her window, she could see the wing where other patients lay in their beds, stirring for their evening meals. They'd agreed he wouldn't visit tonight. He would stay home with Michel, keep things as normal as possible. But now, alone in her room, with the lights of the other wing visible, he wondered if they'd made the right choice. Maybe he should have called the babysitter and been with her tonight. He resolved to call her later, once Serge and Babette had gone and Michel was asleep. They had to leave so he and his son could salvage what remained of the evening. Then a new thought struck him, a nightmare that almost made him gasp. He asked, with feigned casualness, whether they'd visited Claire that day. They exchanged looks, surprised by the sudden shift in his mood. Babette admitted she'd spoken to Claire that afternoon. The unthinkable was real. The idea of taking Michel had come from his wife. She'd agreed, perhaps worn down by Babette's persistence, without consulting him first. If Claire was making decisions about their son without him, he had given her reason to do so. He should have cleaned the room, run the washing machine, bagged the newspapers, but it was too late. They'd come with a plan, and even if the house had been spotless, they'd have found another reason to take his son. He didn't ask directly if they'd discussed Michel, letting the silence invite Babette to fill it. She asked why Michel never went to the hospital, how long Claire had been there. It wasn't normal for a son not to want to see his mother. He found himself defending his decision, explaining that Claire had been the one to initially refuse Michel's visits. She didn't want their son to see her that way. But Babette pressed, suggesting that Claire no longer understood the situation, that she feared her child had forgotten her entirely. He dismissed this, starting to say Michel was always talking about her, but the lie caught in his throat. Instead, he insisted that Michel simply didn't want to go, that he asked often enough and got only hesitation in return. He couldn't force him, wouldn't drag him against his will. That would leave the wrong kind of memory. At 4, perhaps Michel knew his own way of handling things, and if repression was his choice, so be it. Grown-ups did the same. Babette sniffed, raising her eyebrows, and then he smelled it too. He spun and ran for the kitchen, smoke already billowing in the hallway. He cursed as he killed the gas and threw open the garden door, but the smoke only swirled, refusing to clear. His eyes stung as he stared into the pan, a hardened black mass, and he tried to stir it with a wooden spoon. Serge and Babette appeared in the doorway, Serge's voice calling his name, offering consolation about his job and Claire's illness, suggesting that the whole situation made a terrible kind of sense. Then came the hiss of his burned fingers gripping the pan's glowing handles, though he felt nothing at first, only the impact as the pan connected with Serge's face, the cracking sound, the blood spattering across the white tiles and spice jars. And then Michel was there, standing in the doorway, staring not at his uncle, collapsed on the floor, but at his father. He tried to smile, let the pan drop, said his son's name again. Later, at the restaurant, the manager's pinky hovered over the dessert plates, pointing out the blackberries from the garden, the homemade chocolate parfait, the shaved almonds and walnuts. Babette stared at the bowl with growing disgust, and when the manager finished his explanation, she announced she didn't want it. The manager seemed taken aback, but she insisted, leaning back as if to distance herself from the washed-out dessert. Serge fidgeted with his napkin, pressing it to his mouth as if to clean something that wasn't there, trying to catch his wife's eye. He'd ordered the Dame Blanche. He always chose the most ordinary desserts, perhaps for blood sugar reasons, or simply from a lack of imagination. The manager tried to reassure Babette about the quality of the blackberries, but he kept silent, willing the man to just take the bowl and leave. The seating arrangement had returned to its original pattern. Babette across from Serge, Claire across from him. Claire caught his eye and raised an eyebrow, a silent acknowledgement between them. Serge, trying to smooth things over, said he'd take the blackberries himself, rubbing his stomach and grinning. He kept quiet, looking at his plate of cheese wedges, arranged to look like more than they were. He'd ordered cheese because he never liked sweet desserts, but the fatigue he'd been holding off all evening was finally pressing down on him. All he wanted was to go home, to lie flat and think clearly. Babette snapped at Serge to stay out of it, suggesting they call Tonio, the restaurant owner in the white turtleneck, if ordering a different dessert was so difficult. The manager quickly assured them he'd handle it with the kitchen. Serge tried to soothe her with a helpless grin, but she turned on him, demanding what that stupid grin was about. He lowered his hands, pleading with her, but she wasn't mollified. He realized then that Michel had always shared his aversion to sweet desserts. From childhood, when waiters would offer ice cream or lollipops, he'd shake his head without hesitation. They'd never pushed him. He could have anything he liked, so it couldn't be blamed on upbringing. It had to be hereditary. If heredity meant anything, their shared distaste for sweets was proof of it. The manager finally took the blackberry bowl away, promising to return. Babette cursed him, wiping the tablecloth angrily, as if erasing any trace of the dish. Serge begged her to stop, irritation creeping into his voice, but she pressed on, pointing out how quickly the manager had backed down at the mention of Tonio's name. Claire laughed, but he could tell it was forced. Serge tried to intervene again, but Babette cut him off, mocking his fear of losing his precious table at the restaurant. He looked away, thinking of heredity. What did his brother know about it? Perhaps with his own flesh and blood. But what about Beau? When did you have to admit that something had been inherited from the biological parents left behind in Africa? How much could Serge distance himself from his adopted son's actions? Serge insisted he wasn't afraid of anything, only appalled by her patronizing tone towards someone just doing his job. Babette shot back, demanding who had started with the patronizing tone, her voice rising. He noticed the neighboring tables turning toward them, drawn by the spectacle of a woman raising her voice at the future Prime Minister's table. Serge leaned in, trying to quiet her, suggesting they continue later. This was the moment for intervention, for perspective, for reconciliation. But he looked at Claire, and she looked back, that invisible quiver at the corners of her mouth telling him she felt no urge to referee. They would do nothing to intervene. If anything, they'd let it escalate. He winked, and she winked back. Babette mocked Serge's pleading tone, and he almost laughed, but Claire's warning look stopped him. Babette screamed that he was a coward, more concerned with his image than with supporting her, that he cared what Tonio might think. Her napkin hit her wineglass, spilling red across the tablecloth. She declared she never wanted to come back, her voice still carrying to nearby tables, then quieter, said she wanted to go home. Claire reached out, offering comfort, and he grinned in admiration at her timing. Serge stood, the ice cream in his Dame Blanche melting, its vanilla rivulet reaching the base. He announced he was sick of this, that he was stepping outside for a moment. He apologized to Claire and him, hoping they could talk calmly when he returned. He'd expected Babette to scream after him to make the scandal complete, but she stayed silent, a missed opportunity perhaps. A domestic quarrel might even make Serge more human, more relatable to the electorate. He pointed at the melting ice cream, made a light-hearted comment about global warming. Claire rolled her eyes toward Babette, who had begun to cry, her shoulders shaking. Neighboring diners noticed, whispers spreading. Serge still stood, hands on the chair, uncertain whether to leave or stay. Claire told him to sit down, then took his hand, tugging to indicate she wanted to switch seats. They shuffled past each other, her fingers wrapping around his wrist, her face inches from his. He could have buried his face in her hair, but she murmured that they had a problem with his brother. She slipped into his chair beside the weeping Babette. Then the man in the white turtleneck appeared. Tonio. He addressed him first, standing slightly bent, hands clasped, looking up obliquely. He'd heard about the dessert problem and offered an alternative of their choice. He asked if it would be the dessert of the house, and Tonio seemed confused. The restaurateur was nearly bald, with carefully coiffed grey hair around his ears, his tanned head emerging from the white collar like a tortoise from its shell. The memory surfaced suddenly. The servile neighbor from years ago, Mr. Breedveld, who had lured neighborhood boys to his house with records and snacks. He recalled the pounding in his temples when Michel came home with a stack of LPs, the rage that drove him to the man's door that evening, pushing past him without a word, noting the drawn curtains. Breedveld moved away weeks later, leaving shattered records on the curb for the children to pick through. Looking at Tonio now, he felt that same cold fury, his hand clenching the chair arm as he told the man to get out before things got out of hand. Serge cleared his throat, forming a tent with his fingers on either side of his melting dessert. He announced that they all knew what had happened, that all four of them were familiar with the facts. He looked at Claire, then at Babette, who had stopped crying but still pressed her napkin to her cheek beneath the tinted lenses. Serge turned to him, asking if he too was aware of all the facts, his tone one of concern, whether genuine or political he couldn't tell. He answered that it depended on what was meant by facts. Serge said they'd get to that what mattered was how they dealt with it, how they brought it out into the open. He glanced at Claire, whose eyes confirmed this was the problem she'd mentioned. Serge laid a hand on his forearm, asking to finish before it was his turn. The diners had returned to their meals, but the kitchen staff was restless, clustered around Tonio and the manager, no doubt talking about them. Serge explained that he and Babette had spoken with Rick that afternoon. The boy was suffering terribly, losing sleep, distraught, his academic performance affected. He sensed the implication that Rick was somehow more affected than Michel, but held his tongue. Michel had other things on his mind, and schoolwork didn't seem to be suffering. If Claire spoke up, he'd support her. Serge continued, saying he'd tried to separate this from his political future, though he'd thought about it. Babette was crying again, silently, and he felt like an unwilling witness to something he'd rather avoid. A dress rehearsal for a press conference where Serge would admit his son was the boy on camera. Serge insisted Rick's future was what mattered most, asking if they could all live with the possibility that this might never be solved. He couldn't, he said. He imagined himself on the palace stairs, a journalist asking if his son was involved in a murder. Claire's voice cut through, sharp and incredulous. Murder? She apologized for the volume, but insisted the word was 10 steps too far. He admired her anger, the way it sharpened her eyes. Serge stirred his melting ice cream, asking what she'd call it. Claire said an accident, an unfortunate series of events. No one had gone out intending to murder anyone. Serge countered that the security camera showed otherwise, that the woman had never raised a finger, that a lamp, a chair, a gas can had been thrown at her. Claire asked what the woman was doing in the ATM cubicle. Serge dismissed the question. Homeless people slept wherever they could keep warm. Claire shot back that she could have slept in the hall at Serge's house, that it was probably warm and dry there too. Babette tried to steer them back to the point, but Claire cut in, her hand on Babette's arm, explaining that when Serge talked this way, it sounded like they were discussing a fallen fledgling, not a grown woman who had chosen to sleep in an ATM cubicle. She was putting herself in Michel and Rick's shoes, she said. Sober, drug-free boys who just wanted cash, confronted by a stinking obstruction. Wasn't the first reaction to think, get lost? Serge countered that they could have gone somewhere else for money. Claire laughed at that, asking what Serge would do if he found a vagrant blocking his own front door. Would he just turn around and go back inside? Babette tried to intervene again, but Serge conceded the point, though he insisted that taking a life wasn't a solution. Claire pressed on, saying she wasn't talking about solving homelessness, just about one homeless person, and more importantly, about their children. She wasn't denying what happened, only insisting on perspective. It was an incident, one that could have a major impact on their futures. Serge sighed, agreeing that was what he wanted to talk about. He didn't think the boys could live with such a secret. It would tear them apart, and Rick was already being torn apart, and it was tearing him apart too. He sensed they were veering away from reality, from the simple truth of two couples discussing their children's problems. Serge announced he'd made up his mind about his son's future. He wanted Rick to be able to move on. Babette, he said, didn't agree. She'd only learnt of his decision that afternoon. He took a breath, his eyes glistening, and declared that in the best interests of his child and the country, he was withdrawing his candidacy. Babette pulled a cigarette from her purse, then put it down, pleading with them to tell him he couldn't do this, that he was out of his mind. Claire agreed he couldn't. Babette turned to him, asking if he thought it was a ridiculous idea. Privately, he thought it was excellent. The country would be spared a Serge Lohman administration, the vicarious embarrassment of watching his brother stand beside world leaders, wolfing down his food, the meaningful looks exchanged behind his back. He suggested Serge might take time to think it through again, though the thought of Serge at their dinner table regaling Michel with lame political anecdotes was almost worse. Babette latched onto that, saying that was exactly it. If only he would think things through. Claire clarified that she meant Serge wasn't free to decide this alone. Babette sobbed that she was his wife. Claire corrected herself. All of them had a stake in this. Serge said that was why he'd arranged the dinner, to talk about how to bring it out into the open, to give their children a fair chance. Claire challenged him. He wasn't giving them a chance, he was announcing his withdrawal, because he couldn't live with it. Serge asked if she could live with it. She said it wasn't about her, it was about Michel. Michel had to be able to live with it. Serge pressed, and she told him not to be obtuse. His decision would also destroy her son's future. She'd said, "My son, not our son," and she didn't glance at him for support. Serge dismissed her concern, saying that future was already ruined regardless. Claire insisted it would only be ruined if he gave in to his urge to play the noble politician. He was projecting his own inability to live with it onto her son. Serge asked how he could leave Michel out of it, if they were both there. Claire urged realism. Nothing was happening, no arrests, no suspicion, only they knew. It wasn't enough to sacrifice two 15-year-old boys. He could do what he wanted with his own future, but he couldn't drag others into it. His self-sacrifice was actually egocentric. Babette tried to interrupt, but Serge silenced her, demanding to know how giving his son a fair chance could be egocentric. Paul pressed the argument, turning Claire's own question back on her. What kind of future awaited a boy whose father had dragged him into a public trial? How would Serge ever explain to Rick that his own father had been the one to put him behind bars? Serge countered that it would only be a few years, the standard sentence for manslaughter in their country. He admitted it would be difficult, but after they'd served their time, the boys could rebuild their lives. Then he asked Claire what alternative she was proposing. She gave him nothing, just a single word. Nothing. He repeated it, flattening the word into a neutral statement, not a question. Claire insisted that these things faded. People expressed outrage, but in the end they wanted to return to their own lives. In 2 or 3 months, she said, no one would remember. Serge rejected that. He and Babette could already see how it was tearing Rick apart. The public might forget, but Rick never would. Claire pushed back, saying they could help the boys forget that Serge shouldn't rush into irreversible decisions. In a few weeks or months, everything could change. They could discuss it calmly then, the 4 of them, with Rick and Michel. Paul felt the name Beau on his tongue, but held it back. Serge closed the door. He announced the press conference for tomorrow at noon, broadcast live, leading the 12 o'clock news. He checked his watch and made a show of noting the lateness, then mentioned another appointment in half an hour. Claire pressed him on who he was meeting. Serge explained it was the director, finalizing logistics for the press conference location. He dismissed The Hague as too formal and had chosen somewhere less stiff instead. When Claire asked if he meant the restaurant, he corrected her. The cafe across the street, where they'd eaten months ago. The one with the spare ribs. The ordinary cafe, with ordinary people, where he could be himself. He added that he'd suggested Paul join him there for a beer before dinner, but Paul hadn't been interested. The manager materialized at their table, hands behind his back, inquiring about coffee. His gaze flicked briefly to Serge's melted dessert, before scanning each of them. Paul noticed a briskness in the manager's posture, the shift in attitude that came when the meal was finished and no more wine was likely to be ordered. Even a future prime minister, he reflected, would feel the clock run out eventually. Serge checked his watch again and suggested they order coffee at the cafe instead. Paul caught himself mentally adding the prefix X to his brother's title. Ex-prime minister. Ex-candidate. Whatever the proper term was for someone who stepped down before even taking office. The prefix carried a sting. Ex-footballers, ex-cyclists knew that weight. He doubted Serge would still command a table here after tomorrow. Serge asked for the check. Paul decided on espresso, then added something stronger to accompany it. Claire ordered the same, plus a grappa. The thought of her as his wife warmed him. He wished she were beside him so he could touch her. He matched her grappa order. Serge declined coffee for himself and Babette, citing their need to leave. He glanced at his wife with something bordering on panic. Babette, who had stopped crying, dabbed her nose and refused anything. The manager confirmed their order of 2 espressos and 2 grappas and started listing the varieties of grappa available. Claire cut him off, the ordinary one, the clear kind. Paul asked for the same, while Serge repeated his request for the check. After the manager hurried away, Babette turned to Paul and tried to smile, asking what he thought. He told her bluntly that Serge choosing their cafe was ridiculous. Serge protested, but Paul pressed on. The cafe was Claire's and his regular spot. The daily special. Serge couldn't just commandeer it for a press conference. Serge asked if Paul understood the seriousness of the situation. Babette told him to let Paul finish, and Paul said he was already done. Some things simply couldn't be explained to someone who didn't grasp them. Babette recalled the pleasant memories they had of that evening, the spare ribs. Serge echoed the word brightly. Paul pointed out that those were pleasant memories indeed, but what would be left for him and Claire afterward? Serge dismissed his concern as silly, reminding him they were discussing the children's futures, not to mention his own. But Claire sided with Paul, accusing Serge of casually appropriating everything that was theirs, their son's future, and now their cafe, simply because it would make his press conference look more authentic. He hadn't even asked what they thought. Babette grew frantic, accusing Claire of talking about the press conference as if it were inevitable. She'd expected more from both of them, at least an attempt to talk Serge out of his madness, especially from Claire after what she'd said in the garden. Serge snapped back, sarcastically apologizing for not realizing the cafe was Claire's personal property and insisting it was a public establishment open to everyone. Claire held firm. It was their son, and it was also their cafe. They couldn't control its use, but the feeling of ownership was real. And Paul was right about one thing. Either you understood that, or you didn't. Serge's phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen, announced he had to take it, and rose from his chair, sliding the phone to his ear as he stepped away from the table. Babette reacted with visceral disgust, throwing her napkin down and swearing under her breath. Serge had moved a few paces off, hunched over with a finger pressed to his free ear. Paul caught fragments, his brother saying it wasn't that, it was more complicated, before Serge disappeared past the other tables, heading toward the toilets or the front entrance. Claire reached for her own phone, saying she needed to check on Michel. She asked Paul what time it was, not wanting to wake their son. Paul admitted he never wore a watch, not since his leave from teaching, when he'd started measuring time by the sun's arc, the Earth's rotation, the quality of daylight. Claire knew this about him. He felt a tingling at the back of his neck as she kept staring at him, not just looking, but staring. And he sensed he was being drawn into something, though he couldn't yet see what. But anything was better than being drawn into nothing, he thought. Better than that other awareness, that his wife had kept secrets from him. Claire turned to Babette and asked if she knew the time. Babette pulled out her own phone, checked the screen, and announced the hour, then placed the phone on the table in front of her, rather than returning it to her purse. Claire expressed concern about Michel being home alone all evening, nearly 16, but still young. Babette observed that some things didn't require age, and the boys weren't too young for those things. Claire fell silent, then ran her tongue across her lower lip in that familiar sign of mounting anger. She argued that this was precisely where they went wrong. They treated the boys as adults because they'd committed a crime by adult standards, but the boys had responded like children. They had no right to steal their childhoods just because adult norms demanded a lifetime of punishment. Babette sighed deeply, agreeing. She'd seen something drain from Rick. His spontaneity was gone. For weeks he'd isolated himself in his room, barely speaking at meals, his expression perpetually miserable in a way she'd never seen before. Worry had become his constant companion. Claire suggested that how they handled that worry mattered enormously, that maybe Rick was so anxious because he sensed that's what they expected of him. Babette was quiet, then admitted Serge probably wanted more worry from Rick than she did, though it wasn't fair to say. Rick already struggled with being his father's son, at school, with friendships. He was 15, still the son of, but also the son of someone whose face was constantly on television. He questioned whether people liked him for himself or for his famous father, or whether teachers treated him unfairly because of their own issues with Serge. She remembered how happy Rick had been starting secondary school, feeling like he could start fresh, only to have everyone know who he was within a week. Claire pointed out that soon the whole school would know something else entirely, if Serge had his way. Babette said she'd been telling Serge that Rick had already suffered enough because of who his father was, and now Serge wanted to drag him into this mess. Rick would never recover. Paul thought about Beau, the adopted African son, who could do no wrong in Babette's eyes. Claire observed that Michel still had his spontaneity. Without a famous father, he seemed less burdened. She even worried sometimes that it hadn't fully sunk in what this could mean for his future. He reacted like a carefree child, not a prematurely aged adult. The real dilemma, she said, had been for her and Paul, how to make Michel aware of his responsibility without damaging his childish innocence. Paul looked at his wife. Claire and he, how long had it been since they'd thought the other didn't know? An hour? 50 minutes? He glanced at Serge's untouched dessert, wondering if the melting ice cream could measure time like tree rings or carbon dating. He looked into Claire's eyes, the eyes of the woman who represented happiness to him. Without her, he would have been nowhere. He didn't buy the sentimental nonsense about helpless men, but he knew he would have been somewhere else. He spoke about their shared conviction that Michel needed to go on with his life. They didn't want to burden him with guilt, because while he was guilty of something, that didn't automatically make the homeless woman innocent. She'd chosen to sleep in the way at an ATM. The prevailing sense of justice would condemn the boys without a word about vagrants who passed out wherever they pleased. The judges, he suspected, were worried about their own uncontrollable children. They wanted to make an example, and the lynch mob was crying for blood, even the death penalty. But Michel was too precious to be sacrificed to that gut reaction. He was also too intelligent, standing head and shoulders above all that. Throughout his speech, Claire kept her eyes on him. Her look and smile were part of their happiness. A happiness that could survive a great deal, something outsiders couldn't easily penetrate. She raised her phone again, saying she was going to call Michel, and asked Babette for the time once more. Her eyes stayed on Paul as she keyed in the number. Babette checked her screen again and gave the time. Paul resolved not to mention the exact hour. Specific times could become evidence later. Claire spoke cheerfully into the phone, asking how Michel was doing, if he was bored. Paul watched her face, the way it always shone when she talked to their son, except tonight. She was smiling and cheerful, but the light wasn't there. She told him they'd have coffee and be home in about an hour, so he had time to clean up. She asked what he'd had for dinner, listened, made small noises of acknowledgement, then said goodnight and hung up. Looking back, Paul couldn't tell if it was the missing shine or the fact that she'd never once mentioned seeing Michel in the restaurant garden that made him certain he'd just witnessed a performance. But who was it for? Not for him, that seemed unlikely. For Babette? To what end? Claire had twice asked Babette emphatically for the time, as if to ensure Babette would remember later. Your father doesn't know about any of this. And suddenly, his father knew. A server in black appeared with a tray bearing 2 espressos and 2 tiny glasses of grappa. As she set them down, Claire pursed her lips as if for a kiss, looked at Paul, and kissed the air between them. Not long before, Michel had written an essay on capital punishment for history class, inspired by a documentary about murderers who were released only to kill again. The program had presented both sides of the debate, including an American psychiatrist who insisted that some people were genuine monsters who should never be freed. Paul had seen the first few pages on Michel's desk a few days later, with a downloaded image of a lethal injection bed as the cover illustration. He'd offered to help, and a few days after that, Michel had shown him his rough draft. Michel had asked his father a strange question, whether he was allowed to think certain things, thoughts that sometimes came to him unbidden. Paul read the draft and was impressed. For a 15-year-old, Michel had a refreshing, uncompromising approach to crime and punishment, pushing moral dilemmas to their logical extremes. Paul understood exactly what Michel meant about thoughts you might not be allowed to have. He praised the work and told Michel not to worry. He was allowed to think whatever he liked, and he'd written it all down clearly. Let others try to find holes in it, if they could. From then on, Michel showed him each revision. They discussed the moral questions together. Paul remembered that period fondly, only fondly. Less than a week after Michel submitted the essay, Paul received a call from the principal, inviting him in to discuss his son. When Paul asked if there was anything specific, the principal brushed him off, saying there were things to discuss that weren't suitable for the phone. Paul suspected the essay was the issue, but wanted confirmation. He reported to the office on the appointed afternoon. The principal gestured for him to sit across the desk. The principal started immediately, wanting to talk about Michel. Paul crossed his legs, suppressing the urge to state the obvious, and settled into the posture of a careful listener. Behind the principal hung a massive poster for some aid organization, Oxfam Novib or UNICEF. Paul couldn't recall which. It showed a barren field and a ragged child holding up a skinny hand. The poster put Paul on edge. The principal was probably one of those who opposed global warming and injustice in general, who didn't eat meat and was anti-American, or at least anti-Bush, which gave people license to stop thinking entirely and behave like boorish assholes to everyone around them. The principal said they'd always been pleased with Michel, until recently when he'd written an alarming essay that had caught the history teacher's attention. Paul cut him off, saying it was about capital punishment. The principal looked at him with dull, expressionless eyes, the bored look of mediocre intelligence that believed it had seen everything before. He confirmed it and began leafing through the paper. Paul recognized the white letters on black, the hospital bed image. The principal started reading a passage aloud about the inhumanity of state-implemented capital punishment and whether it might be better for certain offenders to be dealt with at an earlier stage. Paul interrupted, saying he knew what it said. The principal, clearly unaccustomed to being interrupted, asked if Paul was familiar with the contents. Paul admitted not only that, but that he'd helped Michel with little bits of advice, though Michel had written the bulk himself. The principal pressed further. Had Paul seen no need to advise Michel against the section about taking the law into one's own hands? Paul protested that phrase, arguing instead that the essay was about the cold, clinical nature of state executions, the lethal injections and electric chairs, the grisly details of the condemned man's last meal, whether caviar with champagne or a double whopper. Paul faced the familiar parental dilemma. Defend your child, but not too vehemently or eloquently, or the educators would take revenge on the student later. They might let you have your say, but in the end, your child would pay for your superior arguments. The principal countered that they all saw capital punishment as inhuman. That wasn't the issue. The problem was the section where Michel justified the liquidation of suspects before they'd had their day in court. Paul argued that he was normal and healthy, that he shared the view of capital punishment as inhuman, but the world contained inhuman humans. Should those people be allowed back into society after a few years of good behavior? That, he believed, was what Michel was getting at. The principal quoted directly from the essay, accusing Paul of advocating for shooting suspects or throwing them out of 10th-floor windows, hardly the rule of law. Paul insisted he was taking it out of context. Michel was talking about the worst kind of people, child rapists who held victims prisoner for years. Trials dredged up all that filth in the name of fair process, but who actually wanted that? The victims' parents? Civilized people didn't throw others out windows or arrange accidental shootings during police transport, but they weren't dealing with civilized people. They were dealing with people everyone would be relieved to see gone. The principal remembered now, shooting a suspect in the back of a police van, supposedly by accident. He asked whether that was one of Paul's little bits of advice, or whether Michel had come up with it himself. Something in the principal's tone made the hairs on Paul's neck stand up, and his fingertips went numb. He was on guard. He wanted to give Michel credit. The boy was clearly more intelligent than the moronic heap of compost across the desk, but he also needed to protect his son from harassment. They could suspend him, even expel him. Michel felt at home at this school. His friends were here. Paul admitted that Michel might have been influenced by his own strong opinions. He had definite views on what should happen to those suspected of certain crimes, and he may have pressed those ideas on his son, consciously or not. The principal, with his sub-intelligent curiosity, pointed out that Paul had just claimed Michel wrote most of the essay himself. Paul clarified that by lion's share, he meant the passages about state-implemented capital punishment being inhuman. He believed the best strategy with lower intelligences was a barefaced lie. It gave them a way to retreat without losing face. Besides, he could no longer remember which parts of the essay were his and which were Michel's. He recalled a dinner-table conversation about a murderer released on probation who had almost certainly killed again. Michel had said they should never let someone like that go, and Paul had asked whether he meant never let him go or never put him back in prison. Michel, 15, and interested in everything: Iraq, terrorism, the Middle East, had pressed for clarification, and Paul had simply said exactly what he meant. He looked at the principal, this glob of slime who believed in global warming and the eradication of all injustice, who probably thought rapists and serial killers could be cured with years of psychiatric talk before taking shaky steps back into the real world. The principal leaned forward, placing his forearms flat on the desk, and asked if Paul hadn't once worked in teaching himself. Paul's neck hairs and tingling fingers had warned him. When lower intelligences were losing an argument, they grasped at other straws. He admitted he'd taught for a few years. The principal mentioned the school by name, a name that stirred mixed feelings in Paul, like a disease cured but liable to reappear. Paul confirmed it. The principal pressed further. Paul had been placed on non-active status. Paul corrected him. He'd suggested taking it easier, planning to return later when things calmed down. The principal countered that Paul had never gone back, that he'd been unemployed for 12 years. Paul insisted he was on non-active, that he could return to work tomorrow somewhere else. But the principal had information from the school stating that return depended on a psychiatric report. The decision wasn't Paul's to make. Paul felt the muscles beneath his left eye twitch. He rubbed it as though something were in it, but the twitching worsened. He dismissed the psychiatric report as meaningless, insisting he didn't need a signature to practice his profession. The principal looked at his paper again, starting to read what it actually said. Paul's voice sharpened as he demanded to see what the principal had in front of him. The principal hesitated, then mentioned running into a former colleague from that school who'd talked about teacher burnout and nervous collapses, mentioning a name that led him to think of Michelle, and then Paul. Paul denied ever having a burnout, it was just a trendy term, and insisted he'd never suffered a nervous collapse. The principal blinked, a sign of fear. Perhaps it was the slowness of Paul's voice that triggered warning lights. The principal said he hadn't mentioned a burnout, drumming his fingers on the desk and blinking again. His pedantic tone had vanished. Paul could smell fear now, a sourish odor above the compost smell, like a dog sensing someone's terror. That was the moment Paul began to rise from his chair. There was a blank, a gap in time. He couldn't remember if anything else was said, but suddenly he was on his feet, looking down at the principal. The difference in elevation mattered. The principal was in a position of submissive vulnerability, like a dog whose owner loses balance and falls. Instinct takes over. That which falls is weak, that which lies on the ground is prey. Paul demanded to see the paper, purely as a formality, though it was already too late. The principal covered it with both hands and said his name. Paul punched him squarely in the nose. Blood sprayed across the principal's shirt, the desk, his fingers as he pawed at his face. Paul came around the desk and hit him again, lower this time. Teeth broke against his knuckles. The principal screamed something unintelligible as Paul pulled him from the chair. People would be alarmed within 30 seconds, but in 30 seconds you could do a lot of damage. Paul called him a dirty, filthy, stinking pig, then planted a fist in his face and a knee in his gut. But he'd made a mistake. He hadn't thought the principal had any strength left. He'd planned to take him apart before the teachers burst in. Instead, the principal swung his head up and butted Paul on the chin, wrapped his arms around Paul's calves, and pulled, sending him falling backwards. Paul swore as the principal ran not to the door, but to the window, throwing it open and screaming for help before Paul could get to his feet. Paul grabbed him by the hair, pulled his head back, and brought it down hard on the windowsill, shouting that they weren't done yet. In the schoolyard below, students looked up. It must have been lunch break. Among the crowd, Paul spotted the boy in the black cap almost immediately. There was something comforting about seeing a familiar face amid all those others. Michel stood in a little group near the front steps, headphones slung around his neck. Paul waved and tried to smile, hoping to convey that it probably looked worse than it was, that he'd had an argument with the principal about Michel's essay, but that everything had come closer to being sorted out. Serge returned to the table, pocketing his phone as he sat down. He announced it had been the Prime Minister, wanting to know what tomorrow's press conference would be about. A silence fell, the kind where no one asks the obvious question. Serge looked at his melted dessert, still sitting there presumably out of courtesy. He reported that he'd told the Prime Minister nothing yet, that he was still talking to his family and keeping his options open. The Prime Minister had expressed hope that it wasn't anything serious, like Serge withdrawing from the race. It would bitterly disappoint him, on both their behalves, if Serge threw in the towel 7 months before the elections. Serge attempted an impression of the Prime Minister's accent, but it came out as a crude caricature. He'd told the truth about keeping options open. The Prime Minister's early days in office had been marked by relentless jokes about his appearance, his wooden speaking style, his frequent slip-ups. But over time, people had gotten used to him, like a stain on wallpaper that belonged there, only surprising when absent. Claire observed that Serge was keeping his options open, though she'd thought it was all decided, for him, for all of them. Serge tried to make eye contact with Babette, but she seemed absorbed by her phone on the table. He sighed and said, yes, he wanted them to do this together, as a family. Paul echoed that, the way they'd always done things. He thought of the scorched macaroni, the pan he'd smashed in Serge's face when Serge tried to take his son away, but apparently Serge's memory wasn't as sharp. A warm smile spread across his face. Serge agreed, then checked his watch and said they needed to go, asking what was taking so long with the check. Babette stood and turned to Claire, asking if they were coming. Claire held up her half-full grappa and told them to go ahead. They'd follow shortly. Serge offered his hand to Babette. She didn't ignore him, even offering her arm in return. He smiled, almost beaming, as he took her elbow, saying they could talk more later at the cafe. Claire told him to go ahead, that she and Paul would finish their grappa and join them. Serge patted his coat pockets, looking for a wallet, but Claire said it was taken care of. They left. Paul watched them walk toward the exit, his brother holding his wife's arm. Few guests looked up, habituation set in everywhere. Stay long enough in one place and you became just another face. As they passed the open kitchen, the man in the white turtleneck, Tonio, Anton in his passport, hurried over. Hands were shaken, waitresses brought coats. Claire asked if they were gone yet. Paul said almost. She knocked back her grappa and laid her hand on his, saying he had to do something. He agreed. They had to stop Serge. Claire took his hand and clarified. He had to stop Serge. Paul looked at her. Me? But he could feel something coming, something he might not be able to refuse. She pressed. He had to do something to Serge, something that would keep him from holding that press conference. A phone beeped nearby, soft at first, then building into a tune. They both shook their heads. Babette's phone lay half hidden under her napkin. Paul glanced toward the exit. Serge and Babette were gone. He reached for it, but Claire was quicker, sliding it open to look at the screen, then closing it, silencing the noise. "Beau," she said. Claire returned the phone to its spot, tucking it under the napkin. Paul waited. She sighed deeply, started to say something, then stopped. Her eyes glistened, not with sorrow, but rage. She tossed her head back. Paul asked what Beau had done. Claire had known nothing about the videos. He'd been telling himself all evening. He still hoped he was right. She revealed that Beau was blackmailing them. Paul felt a cold stab in his chest and rubbed his cheeks, afraid a blush would betray him. He asked what she meant. Claire sighed again, drumming her fists on the table. She'd wanted to keep Paul out of it, to protect him from upset, but now everything had changed. It was too late. He pressed for details, blackmailing them with what? Another beep came from under the napkin. A blue light flashed on Babette's phone, signaling a message. Claire explained. Beau claimed he'd been there. He'd intended to go home, but changed his mind and went back, just as they came out of the bank cubicle. He said he saw them. The coldness in Paul's chest dissolved, replaced by something close to happiness. He had to fight a grin. Claire called Beau a hypocritical little prick. She'd always thought so, and remembered Paul saying the same once. Paul asked the crucial question. Did Beau have proof? Could he prove he'd seen them, that Michelle and Rick had thrown that gas can? He asked, only to reassure himself, the final check. Inside his head, a door had cracked open, and warm light was spilling through. Behind that door lay the room with the happy family. Claire admitted Beau had no proof, but perhaps he didn't need any. If he went to the police and pointed to Michelle and Rick, the security camera images, vague as they were, might be enough when compared to real people. She wasn't sure. Paul remembered. Your father doesn't know about any of this. You two have to do it tonight. He asked if Michelle had actually been there when she called him just now, when she'd kept asking Babette for the time. A smile crossed Claire's face. She took his hand and squeezed it. She'd made the call. They'd all heard her get Michelle on the line, Babette as impartial witness who could confirm the timing. Phone records would show the call was made and its duration. All they had to do was erase the answering machine at home when they got back. Paul looked at his wife with genuine admiration. He didn't have to fake it. He asked if Michelle was with Beau now. She nodded, and with Rick, not at Beau's house, but somewhere outside. He pressed further. Were they going to try to talk Beau around? Claire laid her other hand on his and said she'd already told him she wanted to keep him out of this, but they couldn't go back now. It was about their son's future. She'd told Michelle to try reasoning with Beau, and if that didn't work, he should do whatever seemed best. She told him she didn't need to know what that was. He was turning 16 next week, old and wise enough to decide for himself. Paul stared at her. There was still admiration in his look, but it had shifted. Claire added that it was better if they could both say Michelle had been home all evening, and if Babette could confirm that. Paul called the manager over, asking for the check. The manager informed him Serge had already taken care of it. Paul detected relish in his eyes, as if he were laughing at him. Claire checked her phone, then put it back. Paul complained that Serge had claimed their cafe, their son, and now this. And the worst part was that picking up the check didn't mean a damn thing. Claire took both his hands and said he only had to hurt Serge. A damaged face or a broken arm in a sling would derail a press conference. Even Serge couldn't explain that away. Paul looked into his wife's eyes. She was asking him to break his brother's arm, all out of love for their son. He thought of the German mother who'd shot her child's murderer in the courtroom. That was Claire's kind of love. He admitted he hadn't taken his medication. Claire wasn't surprised, running a finger gently across his hand. He clarified, not for a long time, months in fact. He'd stopped after opsporing versucht, feeling he'd be less useful to Michelle with his emotions blunted. He needed his old self back to help his son fully. Claire said she knew. She'd noticed the changes, his looks, his smile, and the time he'd kicked his desk drawers looking for his passport. She'd started paying attention. He'd been carrying his medication out and throwing it away. She'd found pockets turned blue from pills forgotten in the wash. She laughed briefly, then grew serious. He asked why she hadn't said anything. She admitted she'd wondered what he was up to, but then she saw her old Paul again, and she wanted him back. The Paul who kicked desk drawers to bits, who chased after the scooter that cut him off. That was the Paul she loved, more than anything or anyone. Tears glistened in Claire's eyes. Paul's own eyes were smarting too. She said she loved both him and Michel equally. Together, they were what made her happiest. They sat in silence, hands clasped. Paul asked what she'd said to Babette in the garden. Babette had looked so happy seeing him. Dear sweet Paul, what had Claire told her? Claire took a deep breath. She'd told Babette that Paul would do something to make sure the press conference didn't happen. Paul asked if Babette had been okay with that. Claire explained that Babette wanted Serge to win, but what hurt most was Serge telling her only in the car on the way over, giving her no time to talk him out of it. Paul pointed out that Babette had said something different at the table. Claire said Babette was smart. It wouldn't do for Serge to suspect anything later. When Babette became First Lady, she might hand out soup at shelters, but one homeless person mattered as little to her as it did to them. Paul pulled his hands away, then clasped hers again. He said it wasn't a good idea. He was who he was, and he'd stopped taking his pills. Right now, they were the only ones who knew, but things like that got found out. The school psychologist, his non-active status, the principal at Michel's school, it would all come out. And Serge would be the first to say it didn't surprise him. His little brother had done things to him before, his little brother with his syndrome and his medication that he flushed down the toilet. Claire was silent. Paul insisted that anything he did would send the wrong signal. Serge wouldn't change his plans because of it. He tried not to blink as he repeated that it would send the wrong signal if he did it. About 5 minutes after Claire left, Paul heard another beep from under Babette's napkin. They had both stood up together. He'd wrapped his arms around her, buried his face in her hair, and breathed in slowly through his nose. Then he'd sat back down and watched her go until she disappeared around the lectern. He picked up Babette's phone and opened it. 2 new messages. The first was a text from Beau, just one word. Mama? No capital, no period. Paul deleted it. The second was a voicemail. He didn't know the carrier's voicemail access number, but checked contacts and found voicemail under V. He smiled. After the automated announcement, Beau's voice came through. Paul listened, closing his eyes briefly, then opened them. He closed the phone and slipped it into his pocket instead of returning it to the table. The manager startled him, appearing beside him and apologizing for frightening him. He said he'd seen Paul talking to his son in the garden and assumed it was his son. Paul was confused for a moment, then understood. The smoking man outside the restaurant. The manager had witnessed his conversation with Michel. He felt nothing, no panic. The manager held a saucer with the bill, explaining Serge had forgotten to take it. Paul said yes. The manager commented on something in their postures, father and son, something identical. Paul looked at the saucer, wondering why the manager wouldn't leave instead of lingering and talking about postures. He said yes again, just to fill the silence. The manager mentioned his own 5-year-old son, how sometimes he was surprised by the resemblance, the little gestures. He also had a 3-year-old daughter who was the spitting image of her mother. Paul took the check and looked at the total, a sum that would make a normal person laugh, which he did. The manager wished him an enjoyable evening, but still didn't leave, brushing the saucer's edge, sliding it, picking it up, and putting it back down. Paul called Claire's name as he opened the door to the ladies' room for the second time that evening. No answer. A police siren wailed outside. He stepped past the vase of white daffodils and confirmed the cubicles were empty. A second siren joined the first as he walked past the cloakroom and lectern to the exit, where through the trees he could see flashing lights in front of the regular people cafe. A normal person would have run, but he didn't. He felt something dark and heavy in his chest, but it was a calm heaviness, tied to a sense of inevitability. He thought of his wife. Again, the urge to run surged, to arrive breathless at the cafe where he'd almost certainly be blocked from entering, panting that his wife was in there. But that very image made him slow down. He reached the gravel path to the bridge, his footsteps in slow motion, the pauses between them unnaturally long. He stopped at the balustrade, the flashing lights reflected in the dark water below. Through the trees, he had a clear view of the cafe. 3 police Volkswagens and an ambulance pulled up at the curb. 1 ambulance, not 2. The calm was almost pleasant. He could see things separately, draw conclusions. He'd felt this before, during Claire's hospitalization, when Serge and Babette tried to take his son, when he'd watched the security footage. From within that calm, he could act promptly and efficiently. He looked back at the restaurant entrance where waitresses had gathered, drawn by the commotion. He thought he saw the manager, a man in a suit lighting a cigarette. They probably couldn't see him from there, but then he remembered seeing Michel cycle across this very bridge hours earlier. He had to move. No one could testify they'd seen a man standing on the bridge. He took Babette's phone from his pocket and held it above the water, then dropped it. A duck swam up at the splash. He stepped away and began walking at a normal pace, not too slow, not too fast, crossing the bicycle path, heading for the tram stop. About 20 onlookers had gathered. He saw an alley to the left of the cafe and made for it. He'd barely reached the curb when the cafe's swinging doors flew open with 2 loud bangs. A stretcher emerged, pushed and pulled by paramedics, one holding an fauve bag. Babette followed, without her glasses, pressing a handkerchief to her eyes. The head on the stretcher was the only part visible beneath the green sheet, covered in blood-stained compresses and gauze. Paul had known all along, but still he breathed a sigh of relief. The paramedics loaded the stretcher into the waiting ambulance. 2 climbed in front, 2 in back with Babette. The door closed, the ambulance raced away, siren blaring, turning toward the center of town. The siren was a good sign. Or not, it depended on how you looked at it. There was no time to think further, because the cafe doors swung open again. Claire walked out between 2 uniformed officers. She wasn't handcuffed, they weren't even holding her. She scanned the faces in the crowd, searching for one familiar face. She found it. Paul looked at her, and she looked at him. He took a step forward, or his body wanted to. Claire shook her head. "Don't," she was saying. She reached the patrol car, the back door held open by a 3rd officer. Paul looked around quickly, but no one in the crowd had noticed whom she'd shaken her head at. All eyes were on the woman being led to the car. At the cruiser, Claire stopped. She found his eyes again and made a slight movement with her head. To an outsider, it might have looked like ducking to avoid the door, but Paul recognized it unmistakably. She pointed with her head toward something behind her and to one side, the alley, the shortest way home. "Go home," she'd said. Paul didn't wait for the police car to drive away. He turned and walked off. He thought about tips at restaurants where the bill made you laugh. He remembered discussing it before with Serge and Babette and other friends. If a 4-person dinner cost €400, not that he was saying this one did, a 10 to 15% tip would mean €40 to €60. The thought made him giggle, a nervous laugh, like laughing at a funeral. But their friends never laughed. People had to live on their tips, a good friend had said once. That morning, he'd withdrawn €500, determined to pay the entire bill, including tip, before Serge could pull out his credit card. At the end of the evening, he laid the remaining €450 on the saucer anyway. The manager looked confused, about to speak. Paul got there first. This was for him, if he promised never to mention seeing Paul with his son in the garden. Not now, not in a week, not in a year. Serge lost the election. At first, there was sympathy for the candidate with the battered face. A broken wine glass leaves peculiar wounds, healing with excrescences and blank patches where the old face never returns. They operated on him 3 times over 2 months. After the final surgery, he wore a beard. Looking back, Paul thought the beard marked the turning point. There, Serge stood at street markets, construction sites, factory gates, handing out flyers in his windbreaker, with a beard. Serge Lohman plummeted in the polls. What had seemed a done deal became a freefall. 1 month before the election, Serge shaved off his beard in a final act of desperation. Voters saw the scarred face and the empty areas where the old face had been. A damaged face does strange things to a person, making you wonder what used to be there. The beard had been the coup de grâce, or rather, the sequence of beard and then its removal when it was already too late. The voters concluded that Serge didn't know what he wanted and cast their votes for the familiar stain on the wallpaper. Serge never pressed charges. Pressing charges against his sister-in-law would have sent the wrong signal. Claire reflected weeks later at the cafe that Serge understood now. He'd wanted to solve it as a family, and he understood that some things had to stay within the family. But Serge and Babette had other concerns. The disappearance of their adopted son, Beau. They mounted a real campaign, newspaper and magazine ads, posters nationwide, an appearance on the TV show Missing. During the program, they played the message Beau had left on his mother's voicemail before he vanished. Babette's phone was never recovered, but the message had been saved, its meaning now different from that night at dinner. Beau's voice said he loved her, whatever happened. They moved heaven and earth, but doubts emerged. An opinion weekly suggested Beau might have grown tired of his adoptive parents and returned to his native country, noting that adopted children often seek their natural parents during difficult years or become curious about their birthplace. A newspaper devoted a full page to questioning whether biological parents would search harder for a child than adoptive parents, citing examples of adoptive parents who distance themselves from troubled children. The problems were attributed to a combination of factors: inability to find a niche in a foreign culture, biological flaws inherited from natural parents, and whatever might have happened to the child before adoption. Paul recalled the party in France when French farmers caught Beau stealing a chicken, and Serge insisted his children would never do that, his children without distinction. It reminded Paul of an animal shelter, where you have no idea what a dog or cat has endured before you take it home. If it turns out unmanageable, you take it back. The article's writer wondered whether biological parents would be less likely to distance themselves from an unmanageable child. Paul knew the answer, but gave the article to Claire first. Over breakfast, with sunlight streaming into the kitchen and Michelle at soccer practice, he asked what she thought. Claire said she'd often wondered whether Beau would have tried to blackmail his brother and cousin if he'd truly been part of the family. Natural siblings fight, even refuse to see each other, but when it comes down to life or death, they're still there for each other. She started laughing at herself, talking about brothers and sisters, and Paul laughed too. They sat in silence for a while, looking at each other as man and woman, as 2 parts of a happy family. Things had happened, but a happy family could survive a shipwreck. Not necessarily happier afterward, but not unhappier either. Claire and Paul, Claire and Michelle and Paul, they shared something that hadn't been there before. They didn't all share the same thing, but that wasn't necessary. Secrets didn't get in the way of happiness. Paul thought about that night after dinner when he'd been alone before Michelle came home. He'd opened Claire's antique wooden chest of drawers, feeling he would regret it even as he reached the first drawer. He remembered Claire's hospital examination, the doctor inviting him to look at the monitor while they inserted a tube, a catheter, a camera. He'd looked only briefly before averting his eyes, not from squeamishness, but because he felt he didn't have the right. He was about to stop searching when he found what he was looking for in the second drawer: papers, including a window envelope from the hospital where Claire had been operated on and Michelle had been born. Inside was a form with amniotic fluid test at the top, with boxes for boy and girl. The box for boy had been checked. Claire had known they were having a boy, but never told him. They'd kept coming up with girls' names, Laura or Julia, until the day before labor. The form had columns of handwritten figures and the word good a few times. Near the bottom, under details, a box about 2 by 4 inches was filled with the same near illegible script. Paul started to read, then stopped. Not because he felt he lacked the right, but because he questioned whether he needed to know, whether it would make them happier as a family. Below the handwritten account were 2 smaller boxes: Decision Physician/Hospital and Decision Parents. The Decision Parents box was checked. Not Decision Parent or Decision Mother, Decision Parents. Those were the words he would carry with him as he folded the form and tucked it back under the expired parking permit. He said them aloud as he closed the drawer. After Michelle was born, everyone said he was the spitting image of Paul, a copy. Claire had to laugh too, the resemblance too strong to deny. Later, as he grew older, you could detect some of Claire's features with effort and goodwill. His eyes, something between nose and upper lip. After closing the drawer, Paul went to the answering machine and played Claire's message from the restaurant. He heard her voice asking how Michelle was, not too bored, the restaurant sounds in the background, murmurs, plates clinking. She said they'd have coffee and be home in about an hour, that he had time to clean up. Then she asked what he'd had for dinner. Silence. Yes. Silence. No. Silence. That's right. Paul knew the menu on their home phone. Pressing 3 would erase the message. His thumb rested on the button. Bye, dearest, love you. He pressed it. He pressed it. Half an hour later, Michelle came home. He kissed Paul on the cheek and asked where his mother was. Paul said she'd be home a little later, that he'd explain everything soon. He noticed the barked knuckles on Michelle's left hand, his left hand, just like Paul's, with a rivulet of dried blood across the back. Only then did he look his son over completely. Blood on his left eyebrow, dried mud on his coat, even more mud on his white tennis shoes. He asked how it had gone. Michelle told him that Men in Black the Thrade had been taken down from YouTube. They were still standing in the hallway when Michelle stopped mid-story and looked at his father. He called out to him, startled by something. Paul asked what was wrong. Michelle said Paul was laughing again, just like the first time he'd told him about the cash machine back in his room. When he'd described the desk lamp, Paul had started laughing, and he was still laughing when Michelle got to the gas can. Michelle looked at him. Paul looked back into his son's eyes. Michelle said he was laughing again and asked if he wanted him to go on, if he was sure he wanted to hear everything. Paul said nothing. He just looked. Then Michelle stepped forward and threw his arms around him. "Dear old Dad," he said. The end. Thank you for listening. But as the credits roll, it's worth lingering over the fact that the dinner has lived many lives on screen. Most people don't realize that the 2017 American film starring Richard Gere, Laura Linney, Steve Coogan, Rebecca Hall, and Chloe Sevigny, is actually the third cinematic adaptation of Herman Koch's novel. The first was a Dutch production in 2013, followed by an Italian version in 2014 called I nostri ragazzi, and both were reportedly far better received by critics than the American attempt. And here's the truly fascinating part. When the English-language film premiered in Berlin, Koch himself was in attendance. Then he walked out. He skipped the after-party, avoided the director and cast, and later told a Dutch newspaper, "Of the 3 movies made from my book, this one is easily the worst." He disliked what he called the film's didactical tone and its imposition of American themes like gun violence and mental illness onto his cynical European story. "That after-party would have been rather awkward," he said. "What would I have done? Shake hands with everybody and tell them I hated their movie?" And he wasn't the only one who felt the adaptation had a different spirit. Oren Moverman, the director, had originally been part of a project where Kate Blanchett was attached to direct before he took the helm. There are smaller stories buried in the production too. Steve Coogan's American accent in the film sounded so uncannily like Willem Dafoe that Dafoe actually called him up, joking that he should provide voiceovers for a puppet show while Dafoe was out sick. Coogan took the offer seriously enough to discuss it with his agent before Dafoe admitted he was kidding. The tension of that cheese presentation scene, which became one of the film's most awkwardly memorable moments, was shot at 3 a.m. after a long overnight session, when director Oren Moverman pulled actor Michael Chernus aside and told him to improvise in the kitchen. And for Richard Gere and Laura Linney, this wasn't their first time sharing the screen in morally charged territory. They had already starred together in Primal Fear and The Mothman Prophecies. Koch himself, when writing the novel, drew on his own experience as a parent, wondering how far he would go to protect his children. And he peppered the book with references to American pop culture, not as a marketing strategy, but because, as he put it, American culture is present everywhere in Europe, something that has an undeniable appeal. He was fascinated by the way we secretly fantasize about doing extreme things, even if we never act on them. The original novel is a lean, relentless experience, the entire story unfolding over a single meal, narrated by one of literature's most unreliable and chilling voices. If you haven't read it, it offers a very different ending and a much darker immersion into Paul's fractured mind. If this kind of storytelling speaks to you, please consider subscribing to join us for more journeys into the worlds of powerful fiction. And we'd love to hear your thoughts. Did you sympathize with any of these parents? Did the film's changes shift your interpretation? Share your perspective in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate its uncomfortable questions. After all, stories like this one don't really end. They echo in the spaces where we decide who we are. Until next time, take care and keep the stories close.